It's 8 a.m. Do you know where your gates are? Okay, if you can see and hear me, please say... The gates are open. If the gates are open, then I'll know that this is working. Are the gates kept or are they open? The gates are open. No, they've been breached. What are we supposed to do? Don't let the casuals in.
The gates are open.
Okay, I think it's working. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Fire Emblem Casuals versus Elitists. By imported cheese. In about 30 minutes. We're not going to start right away, we're going to allow people to join, but this is the level of incredible graphical fidelity that awaits you. 17 slides of heart-pounding discussion. I don't really know if it's discussion because it's just going to be me talking, but you guys can say things in the chat. Maybe we'll have a viewer Q&A part at the end. But it's mostly going to be me talking, because I've prepared some talking points. You'll never guess, am I a casual or an elitist? Which could it be? Have you seen my 5-hour tier list? Very casual. How do I reset this? Previous? I can end show. Mouse pointer as pen, what is this? Oh! Take this, Rebecca! How do I... Oh, but then I have to do this? Okay. What? End show. End show might be a spoiler. I don't want to end the show. I just want to go backwards. How do you do this? Okay, I guess good thing we're testing this. Go to slide. Last slide? No! The spoilers! Is it Control Z? Okay, this is not working. Well, now you know in the last slide, you're invited to die. Oh, I could just do this. There we go, no spoilers. And if I do this... Hey, okay, we're back. So we will be... we will be doing the actual presentation probably in about 30 minutes. We'll just get people, give people time to actually join. How do you mess up a PowerPoint? Well, I haven't had to actually give a PowerPoint in like 13 years? I mean, I haven't lived in America for 9. And Japan excels at everything. We just use Excel for everything. Alright, are you a... Fire Emblem casual or elitist? Casual trainees for life. There it is. Okay, there should now be a poll. So are you a Fire Emblem casual or elitist? Casual, trainees for life. Or elitist, Marcus Sweep. And while I was setting up the polling station, it appears Tony Dex had a 5-hit pin missile. Thank you for the 5-hit pin missile. Did I say 5? Sorry, it's still early. 10-hit pin missile. If I can find it. Found. Nice 10-hit pin missile. Is there something in between? No, and I also haven't really defined casual or elitist, but don't worry, that's part of the PowerPoint. And fed Bab, actually with a 5-hit pin missile. That's 15 total. Nice 5-hit pin missile. I'd say elitist, I hate dancers and use my meta skills to win. If you hate dancers, you've been kicked out of the elitist club. Using dancers is like the first step in elitism, and the rest of the steps form the dance. But what do I even mean by elitist? Well, you'll have to wait till we get to the PowerPoint. Can you hear the background music, by the way? Dancers are lame, though. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't like dancers or think they're good, I don't know what to tell you. You hear no music. I guess it's too quiet. The desktop audio is on, though. I've increased the volume. It's now louder. But this song is also quiet to begin with. Alright, so while we're waiting for people to join, we can go ahead and we can just do these comment readings, because these are fun, and these are mostly for the FE8 tier list. I remember when some FE2 said he didn't like dancers and he was harassed for a while because of it. Oh, that was Blazing Night, right? It was more than just he said it was more than he didn't like dancers. It was he said they were like one of the bottom 10 classes in the franchise. So it wasn't just that he said he didn't like them. He actively thought they were bad. So pretty insane insane take. I do think he's changed his mind since then, though. Let's see. You can't see which... He's come around on dancers. I don't even know how he got to that opinion in the first place. Okay, that's not correct. That's also not correct. There we go, that's what I wanted, okay. Meanwhile, even though we haven't even started the PowerPoint, there's a $25 macro transaction from Gundy Netbane. That's a lot of booty.
More! More! No such thing as too much booty! We're gonna be eating like kings tonight!
Seized! And Gundy Netbane says, "Hey cheese, love the premium tier list, thanks for watching. I must say that seeing all those cursed level ups gave me secondhand despair. Well, imagine experiencing the first-hand despair." Thanks for watching, and thank you for the macrotransaction. I mean, we may as well have been playing 0% growths, right? It was a disaster. Saying dancers are bottom 10 is the FE equivalent of a Verlicify take. I mean, there's also the possibility it was just rage bait, right? Did you know that it is a strategy to just say insane things on the internet and have people respond to them? It drives engagement. It's a real strategy. I would never do that, of course. It has been 2 weeks since the last stream, which does mean the ending of FE7 has changed. Who are you? Thank you to all the mighty Patreons for, well, I guess, ushering in the end of the world. But maybe if I want the end of the world, that's a good thing. Thank you to all the Patreons. There are actually quite a few new Patreons I had to add to the graphic, which is good. Please make me add more, using the link in the description. $5 microtransaction from Bro Duderman, who has an Earth badge. I think the Earth badge is new. Very few people have Earth badges. And they're saying playing SOV for the first time. For those who don't know, SOV is Shadows of Valentia. It's a somewhat recent Fire Emblem game. It's a remake of the second one. Thank you for the $5 microtransaction. Seized.
Come here, booty!
Playing SOV for the first time today. I love the presentation and arts, but why did they make it more sexist? Did they? I mean, I never played the original, so I don't know if they made it more sexist. Beat it, chick! Question on the FE8 tier list, what is the Renac music? Good question. We're gonna answer it pretty soon. They damselized Celica pretty hard, more than the original? Oh, okay. New characters Conrad and Renea don't help the sexism allegations? Ah, okay. Well, we definitely know that's what Kaga would have wanted, right? But maybe that's not a good thing. I mean, I guess I'm not a fan of Faye's entire character just being, like, super simping for Alm, right? And she's, like, a new character. Faye's an engaged character in Echoes, pretty much. Alright, well, 15 minutes until we start. Okay, so pretty much all these new comments are on the FE8 tier list, which is to be expected. I like to headcanon that when Seth was injured by Valfar. Actually, Valbar is from Shadows of Valentia. He lost all his powers, and leveling up Seth is just regaining his true strength, which is why he stays the best unit. He was always that guy. Every game is a Metroidvania. I'm sick of it. That's what happens to Samus at the beginning of every game, right? She loses her powers and you have to get them back. I won't lie, as an 11-year-old kid playing this game, I went General Amelia, Berserker Ross, and Druid Ewan, and thought they were the greatest units of all time. Druid Ewan should be illegal. Is Ewan still an emote? Nope. Have I ever played Symphony of the Night? I've never played a Castlevania game. That's literally the slowest Vanessa I've ever seen. Demon King approved. I'm just curious as to how Amelia grows like 4 feet tall after promoting to General. It's a mech! James Rolfe go 10 minutes without comparing a game to Castlevania challenge. Castlevania used to be really difficult. Do you want him to suffer? What's the jazzy music in the Renact section? I had to find it. Cause it wasn't, it's the first time I used that track. It's, Snides HQ from Donkey Kong 64. 65, apparently. $248.08, Tana, I swear I'm looking respectfully. That's gotta be Tana, Noble, and Nimble. She attacks you with fruits! I know Name ain't great, but I have a wonderful memory of getting an absurdly, ridiculously, lottery-winningly lucky Namie that I swear leveled strength and speed every single level for like 15 levels straight. She captained those and was an absolute murder machine. She promoted into Weird Cavalier. Cavalier is a great class, right? Incredible 1-2 range utility. Symphony of the Night is the best platformer I've ever played. Wow, high praise. Mur's growth rates could be Pokemon base stats. Well, she has like 30% speed, right? If I just say it this way, I don't have to actually look it up. Hey, remember Pokemon? Will you ever do an FF14 related one-off stream, or is it better just leave it as a background effect? What do you mean by a background effect? Hey, geez, how do you feel about the Bravely Default series? I think they've managed to make the ultimate Brave... They haven't. They could... Wait, what? I think they couldn't manage to make the ultimate Bravely game yet, but I still love it a lot and hope the remaster can bring more people in. I played the first one, and I played the second one, which is not Bravely Default 2, apparently. And I thought they were okay. I mean, I like the system, although it gets, like, really grindy, and then I think they took the looping mechanic a little bit too far. It was alright. I think the remaster looks exactly the same, so I'm not really interested in it at all. I also sort of wish the characters felt more distinct. I think the idea is that, I mean, their base stats are basically identical. There's like slight variations, so any of them can do anything, but I think they're a little bit too close. So I sort of wish they were more distinct. Wow, this is nice. You truly are a pinnacle of Fire Emblem content. Literally the Seth of this community. He's so nice. It's actually too kind. You will see. I am too cruel to truly be a member of the community. No elitists allowed. Oh, this is actually a comment on the poll. Favorite is Garrett because dude just feels great in combat. Decided to torture myself with a team of the worst units though. So I'm currently using the other 3. R.I.P. Natasha. Natasha, an underworld cleric. Feeling sick. He FE community, whoops. Damien Williams 7040. Mysteries, I want to say I've thoroughly enjoyed various series you've made, and I've played several of the games alongside you played these and came to love GBA Fire Emblem games and others such as Poke Emblem. It's working. It's working. This was our plan all along.
The gates are open.
The gates are open. No more Pokemon. No more Pokemon. The next game we play might be Pokemon. No more Pokemon. Thank you for dyeing yourself blue. That's not how you spell dying, right? Dyeing yourself blue. With our new recruits, we will bust out of Pokemon prison. Probably human here. There we go. Orcs and humans living together. We'll discuss more after we do the actual presentation, but not sure what the next long-form stream will be, but it's now that we're finally free from FE8, because this video, thank you for watching the tier list, by the way. This video has been, I don't quite think it's the Sword of Damocles. I don't think that's how it works, but no, it kind of is. So even though swords are bad, there was the Sword of Damocles hanging over my head. It didn't actually hit me because swords can't attack at 2 range. But it was just like a huge headache. Having to like think about getting this video done and not being able to do FE9 until it was done. It's also the very last backlog tier list that I had to do. So now that it's over, I'm finally free. The only franchise I need is right here. Interesting phrasing.
That was my niche, but I threw it away. The only franchise I need is right here.
Well, that'll make a lot more sense once we actually play Fire Emblem 9. Speaking of FE9, how good is FE9? It's one of the best in the franchise. It's definitely in my top 5. The best part about FE9 is that it makes FE10 better, and FE10 is maybe the best game in the franchise. FE9 is going to be pure glazing, yep. So that's why the next game that we're going to play, it's going to be a poll. And it will finally be a true 1v1 Final Destination. Fox Lagoons only face-off. And I think it will be equal footing because the choices are going to be Black and White 2, one of the best Pokemon games, or Fire Emblem 9, one of the best Fire Emblem games. So I think that actually is a very fair competition. So we will truly see who is the winner. Pokemon is going to win 100%. Well, probably, but I think it'll be closer than expected. We'll play both, but it's which one we're gonna do first. FE9 is B at best? What? What? Well, I mean, I really like FE9. But FE9, of course, does have some strikes against it. Probably the biggest one is that it's really, 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 really easy. It's really easy. It's really easy. It's maybe the easiest game in the franchise. And we just played Sacred Stones, which is the other easiest game in the franchise. What are your thoughts on Titania? I really like her. I think she's one of the only fun Jagans, which is actually a spoiler for the casual versus elitist discussion. But I really like Titania because most Jagans steal XP, but Titania actually gives you XP because of the bonus experience mechanic. So you can actually get experience that you can then, it goes into a big pool, and you can stuff the XP IV into any unit that you want. Now, normally I'd say that feels kind of lame because you're not really training the units, except you earn this bonus experience by fulfilling objectives throughout the map. For example, clearing a map faster. So maybe if you clear a map faster, you leave, I don't know, like 3 enemy units alive. So you don't get the XP from killing them, but it's even better. You actually get more XP than you would have gotten from killing those 3 units. Except you get to give it to whoever you want. So using Titania lets you clear maps faster and get more XP that you can give to anyone you want. It's great. Is Titania a Seth? It's close. Does the game ever tell you what gives you bonus XP? Kind of. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes it's not. I don't know if they tell you, like, for example, on the Vigilante chapter where you get Zehark. I don't know if they tell you that leaving the Vigilantes alive gives you bonus XP, but I think they imply that you're not supposed to kill them. So in that case, you could sort of infer that, oh, that means I get some sort of reward. In that case, it's BXP. Are you going to give all the BXP to Rolf? Oh, you bet. We're going Rolf the Ripper, okay? Rolf versus racists. Rated R. That's the plan currently, but the plan could change. But we're definitely doing, no matter what, we're doing the bow triangle attack. It's so bad.
If you want something done right, leave it to a human.
We're not quite sure. Well, the themes for Black and White 2 and the FE9 run are... For Black and White 2, it'll be probably Pokestar Studios. So we're going to be looking for star actors for our productions. And then for FE9, it's just going to be max meme mercenaries. I don't know why you'd hire these guys. Why does everybody have a bow? Why do all the sages have knives? Why do lords suck ass from Leaf to Ike? I mean, Leaf's not that bad. Ike's also not that bad. I think Leaf's fine. Leaf's a support unit. He doesn't fight, but he provides pretty crazy buffs. Didn't you give him 2 stars? Yeah, I gave him 2 stars. I don't think he's good, but he's not like a total joke. I also like that FE9 Ike is kind of bad. Because then the entire time that you're destroying the entire enemy army with Ike and FE10, it really feels like you earned it because you suffered through baby Ike and FE9. Ike, I would say on average is 3 stars. I know Cheese would disagree with me. I mean, his performance fluctuates wildly throughout the game. I would say in the very, very beginning, like the first few chapters, I guess I would give him 3 stars. Like, he's probably your worst unit, but your starting crew is very good. And, like, who else are you going to use? So I guess you'll use Ike. Then approaching the mid-game, like, towards the Serenese Forest arc, where your other units start promoting, Ike is really bad. He's legitimately 1 star. Like, you would undeploy him if you could. He's so bad. Then after he promotes, as you begin the invasion of Dayan, I guess he's like 2 stars. Like, he's okay. He basically promotes to Swordmaster. Except instead of getting the 15% crit rate, he gets Ether, which I guess is a little bit better, but not by that much. And then once he gets Ragnall, he becomes, you know, an unstoppable, unkillable 1-2 range machine. But you know who else is an unstoppable, unkillable 1-2 range machine? All of your units. Like, the enemies are so weak. Except your paladins are unstoppable with more movement and Kanto and for the entire game. So I don't think Ike being super strong is actually that special. I think, like, the best thing about Ike in FE9 is the Earth Affinity. The Earth Affinity is crazy. Because of the Earth Affinity, I would consider 3 stars, but I think overall he's like a 2. He's not very good. But of course in FE10, he's a monster. This is my first time contributing to a cheese video. I'm happy to send my graphics in the premium. Everyone did a great job. Thank you for your contributions. Small intern. Molder, funnily enough, does look like an anime character, specifically Ramba Ral from Mobile Suit Gundam. I don't know who that is, so... I don't know who that is. So Molder is just an ordinary guy to me. $2 microtransaction from Novella Byte. By $2, I mean 2 euros. Any chance of max meme Mia in FE9? Well, if people pay for it. But Mia is obviously a max meme candidate because, well, 1, she's terrible. She's one of the only actually bad units in FE9. And, of course, she's a girl, so people love her. So Max Meme Mia is practically guaranteed.
Come here, booty!
She also gets the Swordmaster costume. The FE9 Swordmaster costume is pretty cool. FE9 does, conveniently enough, have sort of just a thought experiment for the viability of sword units, because you get Stefan in, like, Chapter 9, and he's maybe the most ahead-of-the-curve unit in the entire series. Like, Stefan straight up has endgame ready stats before even the midway point of the game. 3 stars. Because he's a swordmaster. So there you go. What if you had somebody who was absolutely invincible, but he was in a bad class? 3 stars. Do you consider Rolf good? I consider Rolf the worst unit in the game. I hope that answers your question. I think that's pretty much not even debatable. Like, Rolf is very obviously the worst character in FE9. Soth is worse? No, Soth is better. Whoa, €10. I think these are called super thanks? From Swansea Ian. Simply amazing, wow. Thank you for funding lights, camera, axes, studios with your contributions. Soth at least has 1-2 range. I got bad news for you, pal. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Now I really need that film. Garrick vs. Grotto in theaters now. I think Garrick is still in a MO, right? If I do this? Does he have 1/2 range instead of 1/2 range? No, he only has 1 range. FE9 knives are unacceptable. Like, they are the worst weapon type. I think in the entire franchise, I actually cannot think of a weapon type that is worse than FE9 knives. They are so bad. If you can think of a weapon type from any game that is worse than... Well, from any Fire Emblem game, that is worse than the FE9 knife, let me know. I can't think of one. They're so bad. FE10 stabs as weapons are pretty bad, but yeah, they're stabs, right? I think that's fine, because you're supposed to use them to heal things. Arts and Engage are pretty close, but probably still knives. No, Arts and Engage, you at least have shield art, right? You have shield art, and with Lunar Brace, arts are pretty good. And there's just nothing you can do with FE9 knives, except memes. Even his own fans admit he cheats. What does this mean? With these accusations are flippant. Flashing art gives +5 speed and is brave and engage. Well, I guess you can use that with Lunar Brace, though. Rumors say that he had to make a separate film spin-off Joshua and Seth because Garrick has in his contract that he won't lose a fight in the Link arena. Was this about... This is like The Rock, right? Who actually has this clause in his contract that you can't show him losing a fight on film. 10 British pound. I'm learning these symbols. Macro transaction from Manualzion.
More! More! No such thing as too much booty! We're gonna be eating like kings tonight!
Thank you for the macro transaction. Remember to cap your stats in FE9 for transfer bonuses. All the key units like Rolf, Mia, and Har. Well, capping Rolf's stats doesn't really matter, because, I mean, his growths are pretty good in FE10, but capping Mia and Har's stats actually very useful. And, like, Mia is not a joke in FE10. I think Mia in FE10, I would give her 4 stars. She's really good. Like, I'm not kidding. I think FE10 has maybe the best sword masters, aside from FE6, obviously. If you're a swordmaster fan, you're gonna love FE10. Swordmasters have really good caps in a game where your stat caps actually matter. They can kind of 1-2 range, not really. I mean, the wind edges are kind of bad, but they exist, like it's an option. But they actually have really, really good stats, which does matter. The only questionable swordmaster is Edward. I would probably give Edward, on normal mode, I would probably give Edward, like, probably 4 stars. I think he's really, really good. On normal mode. On hard mode, I think I would actually give Edward 1 star. When we do FE10, we're probably actually going to give units different star ratings for different parts. So I think I would give, talking about hard mode, I would give Edward maybe 2 stars for part 1, and then parts 3 and 4, 1 star. Like, it's over. There's no way he's actually gonna be on pace with everyone else. But in the beginning, when it's the Dawn Brigade, I guess you'll use Edward, like he's in the prologue. If hard mode Edward is 1 star, does that make Leo the first 0-star unit? Leo's probably 2 stars as well. For part 1. It's like, really, who else are you gonna use? Form up. Surround Edward. Don't let him dodge a single hit. I feel like you should make a separate tier for cases like that to save time. Well, that's basically every unit, though. Because almost every unit has different performance in different portions of the game. Like, are you gonna say that, you know, Tormod and Vika are 1 star overall? Like, they're pretty good in part 1. Then again, they're like 0 stars in part 4. Who's the awful Dawn Brigade Cavalier? Fiona? She's so bad. No, Fiona is just 1 star. Yatta! A shame because Vika is a great design. How did she discover denim? I've been waiting for this for years, thank you, Cheese. But it's... How is it years? It was only in production for 1 year. "40 minutes passed. We'll start 1 hour in. What about... Oh, this is actually a comment on the Emerald Legacy tier list. What about Yellow Legacy fake Gen 1er? Gate kept from my own franchise. Endless. Imagine having the main lord being a fragile, slow staff bot. I mean, Micaiah ratings will probably be controversial. I mean, I think I'm probably just gonna give her maybe 3 stars part 1. Like, that's really generous. And then, like, 2 stars part 3 and 4. So she has Thani in part 1. I mean, I guess that's kind of useful. It's pretty good. And then, even if she's not capped or whatever, she auto-promotes to Light Priestess or whatever. at the end of part 1, and then she's just a staff bot. She should never attack anything ever in parts 3 or 4. And staffs aren't really that useful in FE10. Amelia as a general is amazing, says G-Man the Tank. Tank bias. Honestly, I think Makai is better than Ike, Roy, Marth in Shadow Dragon. Oh, than like Roy, Marth, Roy, Erica, Marth in Shadow Dragon. I would probably agree with those, but of course, Roy, Erica, and Marth in Shadow Dragon are horrible. Don't potions heal for 30 in FE10? So the FE10 healing tiers are weird, right? It's Herb for 10, Vulnerary for 20, and then Concoction for 30. So the Tellius pharmaceutical industry is booming. You gotta guzzle that concoction. Guzzled. Concocted. Did they copy herbs from Tear Ring Saga? Surely Kaga didn't invent the concept of medicinal herbs, right? I knew an Ephraim in my college days. We studied music. He was goofy and really good at piano. Did he ever stab you with a... Did he ever stab you with a PRF lance? Actually, coffee is closer to a decoction. What would you know about that? Shared. No doxing here. Always been a devout believer in promoting Joshua to an assassin. Really? Generally speaking, Joshua, if promoted, should have great one-range combat with or without 50% crit bonus. So his combat just works regardless. Might as well give him lockpick utility and Thief's Fog of War view. Oh, interesting. Have you considered the worst sprite, though? Oh, what's this? 20... Oh, that's a long comment. I think this video is very entertaining, so excellent job. I will say that I disagree with a few rankings. We don't want to disrespect them by skipping the comment, right? So let's read what they wrote. They took the time to write this, right? Vanessa, in all my playthroughs of the game, she's been one of the best bench warmers in my army. She was often too frail for what I wanted her to do, and would rather bolster my units that could actually put up a good fight. Instead of having some free target pranks for any axe, bow, tanky monster unit, she starts with a slim lance, so her ability to actually kill is non-existent unless you're picking up a Myrmidon with like 7 HP. And to top it off, even if you wanted to get her to level 10 before reaching Tana, Tana herself isn't a chore to promote, since she can actually kill things, and she's just the best flyer 3 you get in the game. I gotta disagree with this, because Tana is like barely stronger than base Vanessa. Maybe it's the Peg hate talking, but in part of the game where enemies essentially are Pegasus haters incarnate, Vanessa is way too uncomfortable to use at that point in the game. At 2 stars, that's insane. But we'll actually be talking about this in the casual presentation. Side note, I never really understood the whole armor horse unit. Possibly bad because of anti-class weapons. I mean, yes, there are obstacles you're meant to fight around. It's a thing that if used sparingly and correctly, you make maps where you utilize the units you have that aren't affected by those kinds of weapons to deal with them. The thing is that they're nowhere near as common as people tend to think they are, and as such, I never consider them a factor. And even so, I find it very weird how we're basing units on less than likely possible outcomes on the maps themselves, which kind of leads to my next point of contention. I imagine here they're talking about other people saying this, because I don't say this, right? I like mention it because people cite this as a weakness, but it's not. Because if enemies have horse slaying weapons, and like this is a real thing, I'm not just saying this, just go around them. Like if there's like an enemy Myrmidon with like a longsword, just don't fight him, just go around. And you can, that's like a real argument because you're a cavalier, right? You have great movement. just don't fight them. It's probably something we're going to reiterate in the actual presentation, because this presentation will be made into a premium, but it's like saying that Swampert is bad because he's weak to grass. Just don't fight grass types with Swampert, right? Just switch. What are you doing? Joshua, while I do agree that being footlocked one range can be bothersome in an enemy phase heavy game, we're overthinking here. That Joshua can't effectively dodge tank out of situations most units would crumple under. Honestly, if that's really an issue, just give him a Lance Reaver or Light Brand, he's fine, 3 stars. I heavily disagree with this. The important part about 1-2 range is that if there's any unit in a formation that has a 2 range option, then a 1 range locked unit is not viable against them. So he's much less flexible in where he can go because he doesn't have a 1-2 range option. And I don't think that his combat is so much better that it's worth using him for that. Also, Light Brand sucks. Ford Kyle, this one is interesting. People will talk over great lengths about how Kyle is the better of the two and Ford isn't worth it. Call me having a personalized copy of FA, but every run that I do in the game always has Ford outperforming Kyle. Even when I give him the same treatment for comparison's sake, to me, Ford gets a bad rep, and I think he deserves a bit more respect. I mean, they're pretty close to each other, but Kyle is, without exception, better on average. So it is the personalized copy. Like, according to the numbers, Kyle is just better. Renac counterpoint. Why make your best units deal with the trivial task of having the right items to open doors chest when a mechanic on a stick with a decent enough stats can do it for you 3 stars? Well, because he costs a deploy slot. And you have to protect him on the way, that's why. Tethys, I get it, but it's a similar deal with Vanessa. They're just not fun to use. I'm always afraid of getting them murked by some lunatic I couldn't foresee. Well, unironically, I'm afraid that's a skill issue. Protect your dancer. It's not that hard. Overall, I think it's nice to see FE8 content. I'm glad you made this video. I hope my counterparts didn't seem scathing or rude. Hope your channel grows. Not rude at all, but I do disagree with them. But I do disagree. "7 minutes until we begin. All are equally inferior to loot." This is on the poll, but I guess Garrick is pretty good, and while she's abhorrent, I love Armor Knight Amelia to an irrational degree. As long as you agree it's irrational. I think a +1 HP level is better than a +1 HP and +1 res level. Just HP makes me sad, but the other one actively annoys me. Lion hates res levels too. One-two range isn't really too good, it just needs a few tweaks. I think it's more that enemies are just too weak. Because 1-2 range, like pincushion gaming with javelins and hand axes, it's only viable when enemies are total chumps, and I don't think it's very fun. I much prefer player phase games where you have to proactively make the moves into dangerous enemies. I think it's just a lot more fun than 1-2 range hell. But I also think that there is a place for 1-2 range gaming. Like, it's a nice break from having to think really hard about each and every move. So my favorite style of game is probably the ones that are mostly player phase focused with really strong enemies, but occasionally there's some breaks in the action where there's just some mooks and you can just pincushion them. I only know Fire Emblem from Smash, and half the stuff you said I didn't get, but it's a cheese vid, so it's gonna be good. This guy is... The gates are open! Welcome to Fire Emblem Gaming. Love the insight on opinions on Japanese players' thoughts on the units. Do you know if their criteria for ranking units is any different from ours? I think it's the same. I have no idea why they hate the Cavs, though. It has arrived. Thank you guys for waiting for the FE8 tier list, by the way. Thank you for your patience. Ross was the second worst unit in that tier list. Yeah, I had to disagree with that as well, because, I mean, obviously I don't think Ross is that good, but he's also not that bad. Didn't Mecker, some FE creator, make a video about unit feel? We'll actually be talking about that in today's presentation. I think it was Professor Bopper, I think? Where is that disturbance in Augustria arrangement from? I think they're all from the Lo-Fi. Fire Emblem collection. Bopper started and Mecha had him on for a collab where they talked about it. Ah, okay. I think that in some cases 1-2 range is a little overemphasized. There are lots of parts of maps where there's only one range enemies, plus Keaton is actually kind of... Oh, that's like a Fates thing, right? Okay. Sacred Stone's lists are pretty unique since the ways they do it is on routes, Ephraim and Erica, or take advantage of both routes. And many examples here are some characters being way superior based on the route. Tana, for example, is a lot better on Eric route. Oh my god. Okay, we actually don't have time to read this, unfortunately. I guess we'll come back to this. But I think, I read this before, I think they just talk about how units differ depending on route split. Another 50 points to Rez, the best stat. The House Cup is rigged. I never liked that aspect of Harry Potter, right? Where Dumbledore just whips out random points at the end to, like, make his favorite house win. Like, what was that stuff? I think it was at the end of the first Harry Potter book, right? Where it's like, and for courage in facing the darkness, 50 points to Gryffindor. Like, what the hell is this? If I was one of the other houses, I would feel so cheated. They're not even trying to hide the corruption. I just realized affinities are meant to be like zodiac signs and calculated via a unit's birthday. You know, Ephraim and Erica twins have different affinities, very strange. The Tactician. Affinity in the JP version is also determined by blood type. Because that's the JP version of horoscopes. It's actually true. So that's why sometimes in, like, Japanese, like, dating sims or whatever, in, like, character profiles, it'll list their blood type. It's not for, like, medical purposes. But apparently your blood type, it's like a horoscope thing about your personality. It's pretty silly, I think. My blood type is B positive, which is, I don't think, very useful. There is a blood type meta as well. But if you have, I think, O negative, you will get endlessly harassed by the Red Cross. They want your blood. They want to suck you dry, because O negative is the one that can go to anybody, I think. So if you have an O negative, they will give you more points when you donate as well, because they really need you. My blood type is Fialjar, minor or major. It's been an hour. I think it's about time to start. We've had plenty of time for people to get their voice in. I have AB positive so I can receive from anyone. Well, that's great for you. Universal recipient, right? My blood type is near. Give me the axe. I got bad news for you. You never get the axe. But do you really want an FE4 axe anyway? I've never run into this channel before, and this is a blessed video. Absolutely insane graphic collection. You should watch the streams. We do it live. Alright. Shall we start? Well, that didn't work. Shall we start? There we go. Alright, so this is going to be, I do believe, made into a very short premium, because it's not going to be that long, I don't think. Max like 2 hours. I would be kind of shocked if we reached 1 hour. I shouldn't have said that. It's probably going to be like 2 hours. But I think this could be made into an interesting short video. Because people love those PowerPoints, right? So it could be a PowerPoint about Fire Emblem casuals and elitists. And I'm going to be honest, I just want to use all of the cutscenes that Shared helped make, all of the casual versus elitist cutscenes. So this is going to be, this presentation is going to be the first half, and then the second half is going to be all of the casual versus elitist cutscenes, and then our playthrough of the special bonus chapter. As well as an invitation to viewers to actually try the bonus chapter for themselves, because it is very difficult. Let me just make sure that everything is okay on the back end. This is fine. I'm gonna turn the music up a little bit. Okay, and I think I currently am on presentation mode. Okay. So if I repeat things during this, that's because we're doing multiple takes for the potential premium. In case you've never been to one of these live recordings, I know I'm just so eloquent in the premiums, I never make mistakes, but it's also why they take forever to edit, because I make mistakes all the time, and I have to just cut them out. Alright, we're still preparing here, but we're almost ready to go. Thanks everybody for joining. Best stat for sure is resistance. There's probably going to be a stat tier list coming up, but I don't think the stat tier list is going to be live. I've thought about it, and I think the stat tier list, I was planning on actually making it just pre-recorded, fully edited. I have a plan for that, but spoilers, resistance is the worst stat. I unironically think resistance is the worst. A final drink before we begin. Okay, we need like a cool starting line, because the first line is... The first line is really important. This is gonna be the first line that viewers of this video see, and maybe they've never seen anything else, so what do we say? The gates are open! Oh, music is too loud? I can turn it down. Did you start with awakening you filth all are welcome, or are they? Maybe, we do something like that. Are you casual filth, or an elitist snob? Either way. One moment. I can't find it. Where are the gates? The gates are closed. Where are the gates?
The gates are open.
The gates are open. And welcome, and thank you for joining us for Fire Emblem Casuals versus Elitists. A PowerPoint presentation. By Imported Cheese, that's me. Thanks for watching. First, very important question. Why should you listen to what I have to say? Well, here are my professional credentials as a tactician. I am a certified gold star tactician. On multiple occasions, I have earned the esteemed Suspect Mind ranking. You can see here, to this day, historians look back and question how these incomprehensible strategies ever led to victory. Now, there's two ways you could look at that. You could say that these strategies were so baffling that nobody could understand them. But the other way is, these strategies are so ingenious that nobody could understand them, eh? Now that's a gold star tactic. I also have a rich history in the LTC community. I've played almost every single Fire Emblem game. The only ones I haven't are... I also have a rich history in the LTC community. I've played almost every Fire Emblem game. The only one I haven't is Fire Emblem 12? What is it? I have a rich history in the LTC community. I've played almost every game in the series. The only one I haven't is Fire Emblem 12? New Mystery of the Emblem Heroes of Light and Shadow? And it's not because of the language problem. And it's not because the game was only released in Japanese, okay? Oh, there was something I was thinking about this. It had to do with, like, Chris.言語力の問題ではないですよ。言語力の問題ではないんだよ。問題は、この野郎。おい、クリスチャン、ちょっとどいてもらわないか。But yes, I have a ton of experience in the LTC community. If you are looking for a large turn count run, I'm your guy. We are talking for sure double digits, possibly even triple digits on a single chapter. There's really no way you can match me when it comes to LTC runs. And most recently, I actually saved the entire continent of Eliwood from the Return of the Dragons. And most recently, I actually saved the entire continent of Eliwood in an Iron Man format, so don't call me a new player. And most recently, I actually saved the entire continent of Eliwood in an Iron Man context, so not pulling any punches, playing as Kaga would have intended, and with only minor casualties, just the heir to the Austrian throne. She might have died, but you know what? I don't think it was a great loss. Honestly, I don't think she was the right fit to lead Austria anyway. What? No, not because she's a woman. What's wrong with you? Beat it, chick. Disgusting. Because she's a mage. I wouldn't expect a mage to understand the struggles of the common armor knight, okay? Also, she's definitely not durable. Whoops. Question you might have been wondering upon seeing this title. Question you might have been wondering, why even talk about this, right? Who cares about the casual versus elitist debate? Well, recently, I wouldn't say that I'm very active in the Fire Emblem community at large. I mostly interact with just viewers of my own channel, so of course, we're always using echoed voice. I only ever hear that I'm correct, and I recently joined a playtest for a Fire Emblem 7 ROM hack. Fire Emblem 7 Legacy should be coming out kind of soon. It may even be out at the time you're watching this video. And this was my first real interaction with other Fire Emblem players, sort of as equals, right? Without me on this pulpit that's in the upper right of the screen. And I had this interaction, which kind of opened my eyes. You could say it made me woke. Now, of course, I've anonymized them, and in fact, I am depicting them as the Chad, and myself as the Soy Jack. In fact, I basically look exactly like the Chud Soy Jack anyway, right? It's not that much of a stretch. For context around what they're about to say, this was in response to me attempting to rank the stats. For context of what they're about to say, this was in response to me attempting to quantify how valuable different stats were in terms of unit ranking. So I'm talking about speed, movement, strength, defense, luck, all of those. I ended up saying what I thought was, I think, very uncontroversial, which is that movement and speed are the best stats by a lot. I think my most controversial stat take would be that I think luck is actually pretty good. I think luck is like a B tier stat that you would immediately notice if you removed it from the game. I never imagined there would be pushback against saying that movement and speed were the best, and yet I got pushed. I'll be honest, the whole speed and movement are the best just sounds like elitist jargon. Sure, doubling is nice, but that isn't the end all for what makes something good, every unit has a purpose and are balanced in a certain way. So not only did they make this statement, but there were not only did they make this statement, but there were emoji reactions agreeing with it, which is of course the ultimate sign that you've been owned on the internet. So this really did make me think, wait a minute. Am I so out of touch? No. It's the casuals who are wrong. But this also got me thinking, maybe I really am out of touch with the average player. Because I've been playing these games for so long and in such a comparatively serious context that something that seems completely incontrovertible, is that a word? Something that seems completely beyond debate, something that seems so entrenched as to be irrefutably true, may actually be up for debate. Maybe I am wrong. And that's why we're gathered here today to talk about Fire Emblem casuals versus elitists. Joining me today are the viewers who, according to a poll that has been running, are... ...60% casuals, and 39% elitists, so... Elitist bros, we're outnumbered, but good thing we've got better stats and traits as units, right? We might be in trouble. For this poll, I didn't actually... Now, for this poll, I didn't actually define what I meant by casual and elitist, so let's do that. What makes a casual or an elitist? Casual players... Haha, I'm not used to being so casual. And I'm painting with very, very broad strokes here, and I'm not an artist, so I might actually be painting outside the lines. Play generally, right? Amelia is good in general. Generally, play on lower difficulties, maybe not even to completion of the game. They may literally play on casual mode, or even Phoenix mode in the newer games, and they may literally play on casual mode, where units actually don't die permanently, or even on Phoenix mode, which I think is game mode where your units literally come back on the same map. I've never played casual or Phoenix mode, I'm not sure. The only Phoenix I know is the level 6 Blood Mage one. Vengeance burns, okay? Rarely, if ever, metagame by looking up maps or strategies. They'll just play the game themselves. They'll just pop the game in the... They'll just pop the cartridge in the system. And to the extent that they do look up strategies, it might be just asking their friends or something. To the extent that they do ask for assistance, to the extent that they do ask for tips and tricks, it might be from their friends, because as we might be discussing soon, casuals have friends and elitists might not. And it might be their fault that they're alone. Uh-oh. And casuals value units based on vibes. This guy looks cool, I'm gonna use him. This girl looks cute, I'm gonna use her. Is vibes still a term that kids use? I'm gonna use this unit because he's based. I'm not gonna use this unit because he's mid. How did you like my youngster cosplay? Very convincing, right? Now that we've defined casuals, now that we've attempted to define casuals, let's take a look at elitists. Elitist players. Do I look like a man who listens to the opinions of peasants? Play on higher difficulties, usually multiple times. Possibly even on New Game Plus. Impose challenges such as permadeath. I don't even know if that counts as a challenge. It's literally what Kaga wanted. Or LTC, in this case, not or LTC, in this case, not large turn count. The actual meaning, which is low turn count. It's not quite the same as a speedrun. A speedrun is literally based on real time. Like, you literally have to go fast. In a low turn count run, real time doesn't actually matter. Only in-game turns. Metagame. Elitists metagame so much, it's their main social hobby. Posting on Serenes Forest, posting on our Fire Emblem, talking about how Ike is Poonage incarnate. That is elitist metagaming. And perhaps most importantly for this discussion, elitists tend to value units based on performance. Hang on, I'm looking for a graphic. I found it. I think I've made it glaringly obvious by this point. I think I've made it pretty obvious by this point which camp I'm in, but just in case. I think I've made it pretty obvious by this point which camp I fall into based on my generally condescending tone. Condescending means that I'm talking down to you, by the way. But I am obviously an elitist. And a car started right as I said that, so I have to do it again. If elitists think mounts are so good, why do you complain about cars, cheese? I think I've made it pretty obvious by this point based on how I've talked about casuals and elitists, and also by my generally condescending tone. Condescending means that I'm talking down to you, by the way. But I am obviously on Team Elitist. Would a casual have a graphic like this? I tribute 2 interns. And I summon the unstoppable Gate Guardian. Negate all added effects from casual creatures, but you still take the damage. Sorry, pal. There's a 20 turn limit for the Afterlife Gaiden. And your Armor Knights just didn't make it. Oh, the graphic was muted. Whoops. We'll fix it in post. We'll fix it in post. I'm actually gonna go one step beyond. Not only am I an elitist, I'm a professional elitist. And you might be thinking, wait, what? Are you gatekeeping elitist elitism? Oh, you bet I am! I tribute 2 interns. I'm not gonna play the whole thing again, but what I mean by professional elitist is, I mean that literally. Being an elitist is my profession and income. The main thing that I do on this channel is make tier lists, either for Pokemon or for Fire Emblem, and tier lists by their very nature are elitist. I'm telling you my opinion, attempting to back it up with evidence, and expecting you to agree with it. Some might say that I provide too much evidence. I actually got a comment on one of my Fire Emblem tier lists saying, "Why is this video 3 hours long? Just tell me your opinions on the units." I mean, what do you think that I talk about for 3.5 hours? I'm telling you my opinions on the units! We can make it endless there. I think we'll make that endless. So we'll have to combo it with the endless graphic. If I can find it. You guys, this setup is definitely not elitist. I have no idea what's going on here. I think it's called... Where is it? Okay, this one is called Endless Now, but that's actually not it. I found it, okay. Part of the price you pay for being an elitist is, of course, becoming a target. Part of the price you pay for becoming an elitist is becoming a target. One of the main Fire Emblem mechanics is counterattacking, and by becoming an elitist and attack... Well, I mean, maybe we'll talk about this later. We'll talk about this later. Remind me to talk about counterattacking. One of the occupational hazards of YouTube is you open yourself up to insane commenters. I got a comment on one of my Fire Emblem Engage tier lists saying, "Why is this video 3 hours long? Just tell me your opinion on the units." Why do you think the video... What do you think that I'm talking about for 3.5 hours? If you don't say enough, they say you didn't back up your positions. If you say too much, they ask why the video is so long. The criticism is endless.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
We've decided to keep you here for another 50 cycles. With endless options for renew, with endless options for renew, with endless options for renew.
Hope is an illusion!
Even if it takes forever! Forever!
Madness will consume you!
Oh my goodness, this is awful!
It's endless. How many Fire Emblem villains started out normal and gradually went insane? It's most of them, right? I'm waiting for my hero to toss his shield away and stab me in the head and put an end to this. Back to the PowerPoint. the crux of today's presentation, why must we fight? Let's say that we're on a Fire Emblem message board and your average citizen comes by, hello villager, and asks a very reasonable question.
Who should I use in Fire Emblem 7 Blazing Blade?
Usually, I've noticed that casual advice tends to be framed in this light. Use Rebecca! She's awesome! It tends to be rather positive, right? It's an invitation to have fun. If you use Rebecca, you're gonna have a great time. Now, this is very bad advice because Rebecca is terrible, but it's not malicious advice. It's pretty hard to be mad at this suggestion. Meanwhile, the elitist suggestion tends to come in this format. Don't use Rebecca. She sucks. It tends to come in the form of a mild, but still negative, put down. He's yucking your yum before you've even begun taste testing. Now, don't use Rebecca is actually good advice. But it seems malicious. And you're naturally inclined, if the advice is framed in these contexts, use this, she's awesome, or don't use this, she sucks, you're naturally inclined to lean towards the more positive vibes of the first suggestion, right? And something we haven't addressed yet, the terms casual and elitist. What are they? They're insults, right? By even using these terms, casual and elitist, we've already set up a sort of antagonism between these factions. So I'm actually not going to use these terms anymore, because I do believe we can live in harmony. I'm gonna try to, from now on, instead of saying casual, I'm gonna say new player. And instead of saying elitist, I'm going to try and say veteran. I would say experienced player, but experience is a mechanic in the games. It's gonna get really confusing. I know veteran is also a skill in the game, but it's a lot less common than experience. So from now on, I'm going to try and call casuals new players, and I'm going to try and call elitists veteran players. Describing my own Fire Emblem experience in those terms, I actually would say describing my own Fire Emblem experience in a non-joking context, I would say that well, maybe we'll do this at the end, but explaining my own Fire Emblem experience in a non-joking context, I would say that I generally lean more towards the veteran perspective, but if you watched my live streams, you would think that I thought... No, actually, I'll talk about this later. A lot of the tension between new and veteran players revolves around units being called good and units being called bad. So what do we mean by good and bad units? We're gonna go pretty in-depth into this later, but initially, I just want to get these broad definitions out of the way. I would say that a good unit... A good unit is one that solves problems, and a bad unit is one that creates problems. And I went through the extra trouble of putting solve in green and create in red, so you know that solving is good and creating is bad. And I went through the extra effort of putting solve in greens, you know that solving problems is good? And I put create in reds, you know that creating problems is bad. Actually, maybe I should have made solve blue, right? No. I want to get this out of the way here, because this is maybe the biggest sticking point and a criticism that I hear all the time, leveraged against myself and other so-called veteran players. Bad does not mean unusable. Take your time. Rebecca's speed stat's actually pretty good, so that probably should have been faster. Rebecca is a unit that I think objectively is quite bad. I really don't think you can argue that she's better than Marcus. You really can't argue that she's better than any of your other units. She is one of the worst units in Fire Emblem 7. However, you will notice here that there's a lot of room to the right of Rebecca, right? Why is that? Well, that's because even though Rebecca is worse than all of your other units, she is better than someone. That someone being basically every enemy in the game. With some exceptions, like, I don't know, like FE12 Bantu. Truly catastrophic units. Almost every player unit is stronger than enemies, or can eventually, with enough favoritism and babying, become stronger than enemies. The main issue is that being stronger than one enemy isn't really that useful when Fire Emblem is almost universally a game where you are outnumbered 10 to 1. So being able to eventually, with support, defeat one enemy is not really that useful. But even the worst units are not truly unusable. They're just suboptimal. We're gonna jump now to the Fun Factor Quarterly Report, because I do believe that this is the source of a lot of the tension in the new versus veteran debates. I ran a mystery poll coinciding with the release of my Fire Emblem 8 tier list with these 4 options. And the question was just, which of these 4 units is your favorite? I didn't provide any context on what favorite meant. I didn't mean in terms of gameplay or in terms of character or in terms of feel in your playthrough, just which of these is your favorite. With just under 1,500 votes, Ford the Focused came in last place despite having a car. He lost the race with 14% of the vote. In second place was Natasha the Nanny, just barely edging out Ford with 15%. Then was Amelia the Awful. You might say that some of these descriptions were a bit leading, right? I'm literally calling Amelia bad here. But the winner in a landslide was Garrick the Gallant. And I chose these 4 units in particular because each of them fits into a different quadrant of the Fun Factor Quarterly Report that I'm about to give you here. I don't actually think this is what Quarterly Report means. I'm pretty sure Quarterly Report is like fiscal year quarters, right? But this chart has 4 quarters, so good enough for this fake internet presentation. Here on the x-axis, we have boring to fun. This is pretty hard to quantify. It's pretty hard to quantify it's pretty hard to quantify what makes a unit fun or not. There's a lot of factors that can go into this. A lot of them are subjective. Maybe a character looks cool. Maybe a character looks unique. Maybe their gameplay is really fun. It's very, very subjective. But I did my best to try and place units based on sort of the community perception of boring versus fun. Weak versus the y-axis, weak versus strong, is a lot more objective to measure. A unit's strength is almost entirely determined by their stats, their availability, and their traits as a unit, typically meaning like their mobility or any special skills. Don't pay too much attention to units' positions within the quadrants. It's mostly what quadrant they're in. We're going to be going clockwise from the upper left here. So these would be units that I think are boring, but also strong. You will never guess who I think is the representative for boring but strong units. You'll probably guess. Kyle and Kent Pharmaceuticals. Kyle and Kent Pharmaceuticals. Christmas Dreams. It's a sleep bottle in a staff. The Christmas Calves. The war on Christmas Calves is endless. Christmas Cavaliers are almost always extremely strong. However, they're very boring. I dare you to tell me one of Kyle or Kent's lines in the game. They're basically just noble knights, I guess. Even though the Cavs coming in pairs, gameplay-wise, is good, because you have two strong mobile units that can support each other, it's actually also kind of bad, because you have two units that can do essentially the same thing, so they have no chance of feeling unique or useful. Somewhat controversially, I also think that Pegasus Knights fall into the strong but boring category, especially because a lot of their utility doesn't become apparent until you try to do sort of a higher level, whether that means higher difficulty or a challenge run type of playthrough. Usually with these early game Pegasus Knights, their power comes from being able to do sort of cheesy stuff, right? Putting your Jagan really far ahead across a river or over some mountains. If you actually try to use a Pegasus Knight in the context of just a death ball of units, which is probably the most common new player way to play, what you get is a chick that does 2 damage twice, and in between those 2 attacks, she has to dodge like an axe hit that's gonna chop her in half. Doesn't seem very fun. And of course, you can't have a boring and strong rep without the hero of veteran players, Jagans. I think almost every Jagan in the series is actually pretty boring and unfun to use. On the one hand, it is pretty fun to blow people up with the Silver Lance. But on the other hand, there's a reason why people joke nowadays about Jagan stealing all of the XP. Back in the GameFAQs era, it wasn't a joke, right? It was what people felt, because that is how it feels to use a Jagan.
So I can take what you would not give and transfer your unwanted
Experience points
to my body.
Surely you wouldn't deny an old man a replenishing drink. No, I thought not.
My XP! Give it back! eventually, once you get more experienced with the game, you sort of realize that it's not a big deal. And that often using a Jagan... I was gonna say precisively, that's not a word. Surgical use of a Jagan can actually increase the amount of XP you get, especially in Fire Emblem 9 with the bonus XP mechanic, which is why I would probably say that Titania is the most fun Jagan to use. Advancing into the next quarter, we have strong and fun units. So these are units that I don't think anybody needs to be told to use. They will naturally use these units because they're presented in a way that makes them seem intriguing. And they're powerful in gameplay, so why would you ever stop using them? First rep. It's Kanas. Although he looks a little bit different here. It's Kanas, although he looks a little bit different here. What happened to Darkass? Kanas is a great example of a unit getting use, mostly because of extreme aura. Is that what the kids say? He has a very unique appearance, right? Who else has a monocle? It's like some other nerd mage has a monocle, like his name starts with L. It's not Lute or Lewin, I don't think. He's the only dark mage in the game, so immediately you're like, oh wow, what's the deal with this guy? I gotta see what he's capable of. All of the dark magic animations are really weird and otherworldly. And importantly, almost every weapon in the game, whether it's a sword or an axe or a spear or a bow or a light magic tome or an anima tome, they all sort of do the same thing, which is just damage. Dark magic is the only magic that actually has additional effects. Flux does damage, but then you have special effects like Nosferatu. Get your emojis ready. Why do people covet the dark? For this power! Come here, enemies!
It's sucking me dry.
Suck. I can see why Nurgle likes this magic. I can see how Nurgle got suckered into the... I can see how Nurgle got sucked into these arcane studies. And of course, dark magic has access to the extremely busted Fire Emblem 7 Lunatome, which allows you to blow up the final boss in almost one hit. Even though Kanas himself can't do that, without Chip, Athos can with Phila's Might, right? Unless somebody in a ROM hack changes that on purpose. Even though Kanas himself can't actually blow up the fire dragon in one hit because he doesn't have enough magic, only Athos can. It's a key part of the original FE7. Nobody would ever change that, right? There we go. Next in the strong and fun squad, it's the winner of Next in the strong and fun squad, I knew this guy would win the poll. It's the Ogma archetype. Not only are Ogmas strong in game, the Ogma archetype, also known as the good mercenary, not only is strong in gameplay, but they also are usually set up by the narrative to be really cool. Usually, your army is kind of in a pinch, kind of outnumbered, and there's some squad of enemies that is encroaching. But don't worry. You've got a dude that shows up, but don't worry, because a dude shows up with a ton of stats and not a ton of clothing and starts destroying everyone with a giant sword. How could you not love these guys? The Ogma archetype is so popular. The Ogma archetype is so popular that the most popular Lord, Ike, is just an Ogma. Radiant Dawn Ike is basically an Ogma, except instead of joining with 2 Axe Bros, he joins with the entire Grail Mercs. You spend the first third of the game with these total noobs in the Dawn Brigade, just begging for some real units. You go through the Crimea arc with Princess Alencia and her scrub squad as well. And then finally, you get to part 3, and you get real soldiers. Thank you. IQ saved me. Let's enjoy the rest of the game. Speaking of enjoying the rest of Radiant Dawn, how are you going to beat the rest of the game? With your Draco Knight. In pretty strong contrast to Pegasus Knights, where I guess they can maybe fight if you jump through a bunch of hoops. Well, here's Draco Knights. It's really obvious how you use them. You just put them in the middle of the enemy army. They have the same movement as Pegasus Knights, by the way, so no problem doing that. And they just kill everyone. I don't know anybody who doesn't like Draco Knights. And you usually only get them sort of in the mid-game. So it sort of feels like you've... And you usually only get them in the mid-game, so I don't think they feel that overpowered. And they usually actually start at sort of a mediocre level. So you get them, they're pretty good at base, and they very quickly get a bunch of good level ups and just take over the rest of the game. Helps that they often also just look really cool, right? Look at this guy, they gave him jet black armor, he has an eye patch, and oh yeah, he's on a dragon. Awesome. Moving down into the weak but fun archetypes. Moving down into the weak but fun characters. First up is Nino, representing the Est archetype. She does her best. People really like Ests.
いいのなのに新春スペシャル。
くそー。もうこれトラブルです完全に。はい。Do my best.
And that's why, because they get really good levels, and they get a ton of them really fast, because Ests are very underleveled units that join very late in the game, so they gain a lot of XP if you baby them, and usually they don't really end up better than your other units, so from an efficiency gameplay standpoint, there's really no reason to use them. Almost every Est is bad. And literally as I typed that, somebody in the chat said, TBF, all of the est are actually good. Do you literally mean est? Like the girl est? I would say S are, on average, actually worse than the other unit type that I'm gonna put here. Trainees / villagers. Trainees and villagers tend to join kind of early with really, 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 really bad stats, but the promise of high potential. In the case specifically of the trainees in Fire Emblem 8, they don't actually have that potential because their growths are actually bad. But with the villager units, I guess Donald, but actually Mozu, they really do have that high potential. But I would still probably put them on the weaker end of the spectrum. But there's no denying that getting a zillion level ups is very fun. And finally, we have the Pits of Hell, units that are both boring and weak, so there's basically no reason to use them. Luckily, I think this is also the rarest group of units. Usually if a unit is weak, that sort of pushes them towards fun, because there's meme value in using them, but there are some truly tragic cases where I think there was really no reason to use the unit. Now, my intention for the FE8 rep for boring and weak was to be Natasha, but she actually ended up beating Fort. And I sort of should have expected that because, of course, Natasha is a girl. So that immediately makes people use her because the waifu wars are endless. Even though gameplay-wise, Natasha is very, very poor, she is worse than Mulder in basically every way. She joins later with worse stats for some reason. And staff utility also doesn't stack well. There's only so much healing to be done. Mulder can take care of all of your healing needs and more in the early game, and later in the game, when Mulder wants to be using stronger utility staves, you're gonna have promoted sages or major. You're gonna have promoted sages or other magic users that can do the healing, and they'll also probably be on the front line where the healing is happening because they're combat units. But yeah, Natasha's a girl, so people like her. It sort of helps her fun factor that she's in a pre-Awakening game. Since Awakening, when the waifu wars truly became the focus of the franchise, male and female units actually become a lot more balanced in terms of number, because you have to marry everyone. But in the earlier games, I think your armies tend to skew male, which means that female units get a lot of fun factor because they tend to be a lot more unique and stand out. Also doesn't help Natasha that she literally loses in meme factor to Mulder the Boulder. Given that Amelia... Uh-oh. Hang on, I have to like answer that Slack message. I'll do that later. Oh, it's 10 a.m. Okay. Given that Natasha couldn't quite be our rep for boring and weak, Who did I end up choosing? I chose, in my opinion, one of the saddest units in the franchise. Oh! Grab the cologne, it's Eliwood. This guy just has nothing going for him. In terms of personality, he's really boring. I mean, he's just a noble. Oh, I've got to save the world! Yeah, good luck with that. With those bases, oh my god. Terrible bases. Sword lock in an enemy phase heavy game. And the kiss of death for Eliwood. Pinch your nose while you kiss him. It's that his promotion is into Bad Cavalier. So your reward for putting up with this rank odor, Fire Emblem 7 rank run, is a worse version of some of the most boring units in the game. Quarantine this stench on the bench. F's for Eliwood. So now that we've defined the 4 quadrants that most units can fall into, we can sort of ignore the boring and weak quadrant because nobody uses these units anyway. Oh no. And we can also ignore the strong and fun quadrant because everybody uses these units without any sort of discussion, right? There's no argument about whether or not to use these. Obviously use them, they're good. And they're fun. Almost all of the new versus veteran tension revolves around veteran players telling new players to use these boring but strong units. It's like telling them to eat their vegetables, right? Oh, come on, you gotta use this guy. He's good for your army. No, I don't want to. He tastes bad. No, I don't want to. No, I don't want to. He's got bad unit taste. Or the arguments revolve around new players insisting that these weak but fun units, like the S or the trainees, are actually viable and strong in gameplay because on the final chapter they're actually doing okay. Disregarding the nightmare that it was to actually get them there. Caveat here that usually training S and trainees isn't actually difficult. It's just really tedious and not really worth the payoff. You could put equal or less investment into other units for better results in terms of numbers. But as we'll talk about later, of course, numbers aren't everything, right? Why do we hyper-focus so much on the GBA FE titles? We'll actually talk about that later. Returning to, what do we mean by good and bad units? I want to further delve into what I mean when I said good units solve problems and bad units create problems. Utilizing our rep Marcus here, what problems does Marcus solve? Galloping in an 8 move. He secures time-sensitive objectives. If there's a village that's in danger over somewhere... If there's a village that's in danger off in the fog of war where you don't know what terrors await, well, just send Marcus. He can get you the gold from that village, no problem. I think the objective that stands out the most to me is on the map Whereabouts Unknown, the one where you recruit Raven the Edgelord. Basically, the only way you will reach the chest at the north in time before they get plundered by the thief is you basically have to do a cavalry charge straight down the center with Marcus and the other caps. There's no other way to do it. You have to use him to do it. He's the only one who can. Deletes or weakens any problematic enemies. If there's a problem enemy unit that you face anywhere in the earlier mid-game, you have an 8-move solution right there. It's Marcus. Any enemy you need gone, Marcus has got your back. Assuming you're not playing on Nintendo PC, and you do want to... Assuming you're not playing on Nintendo PC, you might run into a situation where... Assuming you're not playing on Nintendo PC, assuming you want to keep everyone alive, assuming you're not playing on Iron Man, assuming you're not doing an Iron Man challenge, and you're not on Nintendo PC where you can save state, a unit death is probably going to set you back 20 or 30 real-life minutes. You can either take the reset, or you can solve the problem before it becomes a problem with Marcus. Marcus is, of course, extremely durable, which means that he shields fragile units. If you've got units that you need to protect, you can just put Marcus in front of them. He doesn't need to be protected, he's the one who does the protecting. As a cavalry unit, he can also share his mobility with other units through the rescue command. So not only is Marcus himself extremely mobile and able to get to difficult locations, he can bring other units to those locations. So he solves other units' immobility issues. And of course, because Marcus is a pre-promoted Jagan unit, he doesn't need XP at all. You could consider that he's stealing the XP when he takes a kill, but you could also see it as him not needing to take kills in order to be a relevant combat unit. And because he's promoted, he also doesn't need the Knight's Crest promotion item, which tends to be a very hotly contested item because Cavaliers are so useful. I guess your knights also need Knight's Crests. LOL! What problems does Marcus create? Well, there is one that he could potentially create, and that is... if he steals all the XP, then your growth units fall behind. Now, this isn't really a problem because Marcus can actually just solo the game, and you also get so many busted pre-promotes in Fire Emblem 7 that you don't need growth units at all, so this isn't really a downside. But if you want to use your growth units, which I totally understand, the growth units are very fun, then you probably don't want to abuse Marcus. You could consider that a downside. Now that we've gone over the problems solved by... what is this song? Now that we've gone over the problems solved by Marcus the Magnificent, what problems does Rebecca the Rapid solve? What problems does Rebecca the Rancid solve? Well, she can operate Ballistae to weaken enemies from a distance. I'm being pretty generous with this because enemies are so weak you don't really need to chip them with the Ballistae, but only foot archers can use them. So if you don't have Rebecca or Will, they're kind of just dead doodads on the map. Notice I didn't say kill enemies because unfortunately FE7 only has double effectiveness, so I actually don't even think that she's a counter to flying units. Usually an axe unit or just a strong combat unit will do about as well or better against flyers. One legit benefit she does have is that she does have the best affinity in the game, the fire affinity. So if specifically you want to use a unit like, for example, Dart, one of her support partners, you might actually need to use Rebecca to buff up Dart because they give each other a double fire affinity bonus, which is really, really powerful. And that's something that Marcus cannot do because I think Marcus can't support Dart, and also Marcus's ice affinity is kind of whatever. If you wanna go to Darts Up, a chain here in Japan, you actually might need to use Rebecca for that, if that's how you want to play the game. What problems does Rebecca the Rancid create? Well, there's a couple. She cannot be exposed on enemy phase. Now, this only appears as one bullet point, but this is actually a really, really big deal. She is a huge liability on enemy phase in a game where most of the fighting happens on enemy phase. Maybe she takes a shot at an enemy, but she doesn't kill them because her stats are kind of bad, and now you've got a problem. Because you can't let that enemy attack her. If she's taken an attack before, she's gonna die. So you need to either then eliminate that unit with someone else, or you've got to put a more durable unit like Marcus in front of her, or maybe rescue her, or maybe even rescue her out of that dangerous position with Marcus or another Cavalier. It creates an additional problem you need to solve when there wasn't one there previously. And even if you let her be exposed to the attack, because she doesn't counter them, that's an enemy that doesn't take additional chip damage, or even an enemy that didn't die, right? Because Marcus probably would have just javelined them to death. And now you have an additional enemy that you need to deal with on your next phase. And now you have an additional enemy that you need to deal with on your next player phase, whereas a 1-2 range Juggernaut would have solved that problem for you if Rebecca wasn't there. She's just an infantry unit, so she herself is immobile. And in a way, being an infantry unit is anti-utility, right? She is not able to patch the mobility of other units. She is the one who needs to be patched. If you're rescue dropping Rebecca to get her into position, that means you are not able to rescue drop a unit like Raven, who could make much better use out of that. If you're rescue dropping Rebecca, then you are not rescue dropping a unit that could make much better use of the Pony Express, like Raven. And because she is a growth unit, she requires XP. You have to feed her kills, and if you're feeding her kills, you are not able to give those kills to another unit that could also make better use of them, like one of the Cavaliers. The promo item thing doesn't really matter for her because she doesn't really compete for them because archers are so bad in general. By putting promo item here, I really mean that it costs 5,000 gold to promote her because you could have sold the Orion's Bolt instead. I think that's the end of this music playlist. Hang on. Next, lo-fi mix. Now, by framing good and bad units as solving problems or creating problems, I've implied that you only ever want to solve problems, right? But sometimes you actually want more problems. Fire Emblem 7 is a very, very easy game. Often every single map is solved for you from the very beginning. Use Marcus and the Cavaliers, you win. But that's kind of boring, isn't it? Sometimes you actually want to create some tension. You want problems. And in that case, that's a niche for bad units. They function as a way to modulate difficulty and inject extra tension into maps that otherwise would be just total snooze fest stomps. If you were to watch my playthroughs of Fire Emblem games, you might get the impression that I think Dorcas and the trainees and Nino are the best units in the game. Because I use them all the time, and by the end of the game, they're chopping everything. Because I use them all the time, and by the end of the game, Bartray the Brutal and Nino the Nuclear are destroying everything. But the way I play these games is, I typically have a skeleton of good units, like Marcus and Flyers, that are able to accomplish sort of the core objectives of the map. And since I don't have to worry about dealing with those issues already solved by my good units, I can dedicate the rest of my brain power, however limited that is, to memeing it to the max with the bad but fun units. That's my preferred way to play as someone I would say... That's my preferred way to play as a veteran player. I'm somebody who usually plays on the hardest difficulty, but not necessarily with any other restrictions. I usually don't try to go fast in terms of time or turn count. I usually use the units that I consider to be fun, and I think that it's actually more fun to use them when you don't have to worry about getting these bad units to secure difficult objectives that are better left to truly viable units. I forgot to record this, so I'm actually going to talk about it here. Hang on. Remind me to patch this into the boring but, oh, hang on. No, I think, I will do this. Remind me to patch this into the, here it is. Remind me to patch this into the strong but boring section. I think a lot of the reticence from new players against using these boring but strong units, who you'll notice are all mounted, is that there's a very natural and logical assumption that these units are worse than your infantry in some way. Surely they have worse stats, right? Or worse growths? The game doesn't even show you growths. So you would naturally assume that there has to be some sort of ultimate upside for infantry units. These highly mobile, completely combat-capable units, there's gotta be a catch, right? There's no way they're this good. Well, good news. They are this good. The balancing is just horrible. Especially in the GBA games, mounts are just better. They have almost equivalent stats. Sometimes their stats are actually better. And they have more weapon types. And they're more mobile. It's just really unfair. You might say that a weakness of these units is that they are vulnerable to horse-slaying weaponry or bows. But my honest answer to that is just go around them. I know that sounds like a cop-out, but remember, all of these units are extremely mobile. So if you run into one of the extremely rare horse-slaying weapons, just go around them. Just don't fight that unit. Or because you're mobile, you can initiate against them with a strong weapon, like a silver weapon or a brave weapon, and just kill them before they can even attack you with their special weapon. Archers are especially easy to avoid for Pegasus Knights, because Pegasus Knights are just so unrestricted in their movement. Just go around them. Saying that these units are bad, considering effective weaponry against them as a... Considering effective weaponry against mounted or flying units as a downside is kind of like considering a quadruple grass weakness as a is kind of like considering quadruple grass weakness as a downside for Swampert. Yeah, I guess technically Swampert is quadruple weak to grass, but 1, grass sucks, and 2, just don't fight grass types with Swampert. Just switch out, bro. Don't fight horse-slaying weapons with your Cavaliers. Just use a different unit. Point that was just brought up in the chat, terrain is more of a weakness? I wouldn't even say that. Cavaliers do take heavier terrain penalties in terms of the amount of tiles it costs them to move through rough terrain like forests. But they also have more movement to begin with, so unless you're moving through multiple forests on a turn, you really don't end up behind on movement compared to infantry. It is sort of a weakness for flyers, because one of their only real weaknesses is that while they ignore terrain, that is a double-edged sword, even though they normally equip lances, because they also cannot benefit from terrain bonuses, but usually that's not that big of a deal. It's just something you have to be cognizant of, because it is a downside. You can't camp a flyer on a fort and hold the line. That's probably a bad idea. Okay. So all of that is going to be put in the past. We're returning to our discussion here about Rebecca. And I think the last thing we said in the present time would be that sometimes you actually want problems. Ultimate point of this discussion. Why even evaluate units through a critical lens? What is the point of looking at units this way? In terms of their stats and their performance? Instead of through more immutable characteristics like their vibes. Instead of through more subjective characteristics like, you know, their vibes or their aura. Is Lucario in this game? Yeah, actually, I thought Lucario was a Pokemon. The good, and I have a question mark on this because I'm not quite sure it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing, but you might not. This is very subjective. Hey, it's Sonic the Hedgehog. Thanks for joining. This entire stream was actually inspired by a playtesting comment. Being able to evaluate units critically opens the gates.
The gates are open.
To harder entries in the franchise, including ROM hacks. Fire Emblem 7 and Fire Emblem 8 and Fire Emblem 9, they're all very easy. You can kind of just do whatever you want and probably win. But on some of the more difficult Fire Emblem games, like Fire Emblem Conquest, Fire Emblem 10 Radiant Dawn, and especially most fan games ROM hacks, they tend to expect you to have... They tend to expect you... when it comes to fundamental mechanics, you're supposed to firmly grasp it in your hand. Firmly grasp it. And stumbling every turn on basic things, and stumbling every turn on kill thresholds, and stumbling every turn on movement, rescue drops, or doubling thresholds. They're going to make your experience a lot more difficult, and in some cases actually impossible. And of course, if you want to play the higher difficulties of the vanilla games, or do any sort of challenge run, it really, really helps you to have a firm and explicit, YouTube don't ban me, understanding of what makes units perform well or poorly within an army. But this really only applies to you if you're somebody who finds enjoyment in solving the tougher puzzles that the game has to throw at you. Let me redo that. Just that drop there. Critically evaluating units also allows you to participate in metagame discussions. Metagame discussions themselves can be really fun and fulfilling. Chances are, if you made it this far in the video, you yourself really enjoy metagame discussions. One of the main things I do on YouTube is I make in-game tier lists for Pokemon games. Which is kind of silly, because from a practical standpoint, they're completely useless. Do you really need some guy on the internet to tell you which Pokemon are the best to use in your playthrough? No! You can use whoever you want and get great results. Pokemon is piss easy. Even the most difficult vanilla Pokemon game, probably either Black and White 2 or Ultra Sun or Ultra Moon, even those games are easier than the easiest Fire Emblems. And when you get into the baseline harder Fire Emblems, it is not close at all. You can actually lose in Fire Emblem. You can't lose in Pokemon. So the only point of these Pokemon in-game tier lists is to have fun discussing what exactly makes Nidoking better than Beedrill. Even though you can beat the game with both pretty easily. It's a Zeus with a $2 microtransaction. Says, surprised you haven't played an FE8. Surprised you haven't played an FE ROM hack till now. What do you mean? We did play a Fire Emblem ROM hack.
Come here, booty!
Seized. We know that it's human nature to love debating / arguing with our fellow man. Back in the day, they did this in marble palaces in the Grand Amphitheater. That's where we get the word forum from, right? But the forum has evolved to just be text on the internet. And that's where the great minds of today duke it out. by calling Ike Poonage Incarnate. If you are, I would say at this point in Fire Emblem's history, if you are unable to argue for units based on objective factors, like their stats and their traits, like mobility, then I guess it's a bit harsh to say, but you'll basically be laughed out of any unit discussion. The gates will be closed. If you walk into a forum and say that Amelia is good in general, it's basically over for you. Is it fair that veteran players will shut out your opinion simply because it is not the largely accepted one? I've heard pushback against this based on this idea. What if the meta is wrong? After all, the GameFAQ discussions are legendary. After all, the GameFAQ discussions of yore are mocked for a reason nowadays, right? They're so obviously wrong. Of course Rebecca is bad and Marcus is good. How could people ever have thought otherwise? Well, I don't think it's because people back in the day were dumb. It's because people back in the day were new. And a lot of the observations that people made back then are actually the exact same observations that new players make today. Because they're the intuitive ones. They seem correct, and they are correct until you dig a little deeper. When new players complete the game on normal difficulty and destroyed the game with Rebecca, and then share their experience, saying that Rebecca the Rapid is the way to go, their conclusion is completely reasonable based on their experience. It's something that happens in other fandoms as well. I get comments all the time on my Pokemon videos. Say a comment from Critney Spears saying that, Cheese, you're a poo-poo head because you slandered Beedrill. Well, I used Beedrill for the entire... Well, I soloed the entire game with Beedrill. How could you say that it doesn't work? Well, Critney Spears is not lying from their perspective. But usually, these meta discussions do not take place on an individual level. They sort of have to be extrapolated out to a community-wide sense that involves talking about units in terms of their average stats and not in terms of your own experience. And it's very hard to divorce your opinion of a unit from your own experience using that unit. And as we'll get into here, not only is it hard to divorce your opinion of a unit from your experience with a unit, that might not even be a good thing. It might not even be a good thing for your enjoyment of the game. The bad when it comes to evaluating units critically. Well, it's completely pointless for a casual play. Well, it's complete... We'll redo that. Oh, there is actually something else I wanted to say about this. Something you hear a lot in modern times regarding meta shifts is, what's to stop another meta shift like the one we saw from the original GameFAQs era Back in GameFAQs, Marcus was bad and Rebecca was good. Nowadays, it's the opposite. Who's to say that there won't be another reversal? I don't think it's gonna happen regarding the older games, because at this point, the game has basically been solved. We have a very deep understanding of how the game works at this point. I don't think opinions are gonna be changing again. In the newer games, by newer, of course, I mean... In the newer games, by newer, I mean Awakening, which came out very recently. 15 years ago. Discussions do change. Unit viability does tend to flip-flop more, but I think that more has to do with the fact that these are super sandbox games, where unit traits are a lot more malleable, and there's a lot more flexibility in how you juice up your units with all of the resources that are available. And that's how you get the much more volatile meta these days. Somebody asked earlier why I tend to focus on the older games. Part of it is that I'm sort of just playing them in order, so... Somebody asked earlier why I tend to focus more on unit evaluations in the older games. And that's because I feel like in the older games, units have a lot more character because you have less flexibility in how you use them. I sort of enjoy that sort of discussion more, rather than the more modern form of discussion, where it's sort of like each character is like a D&D template, right? And you have a lot more... And there's a lot more emphasis on how exactly to build each individual character. It gets a lot more complex in a way that I personally don't enjoy, despite me being in the veteran camp. I'll also say here that I'll also say here that I'm not a huge fan of the way favoritism is treated in the modern discussions. Like, there was a series of videos about Engage unit viability. In Engage, a lot of unit strength is actually in the rings and not the unit themselves. And that's how you get... And that's how you get flame wars about basically every unit, where it's like, well, they're good if you give them Lin. Okay. But there's only... Okay. And while there are more resources, those resources are still limited. There's still only one Lin ring. So if you have a unit that requires the Lin ring to be good, they are robbing other units of the Lin ring and making them worse. Is that worth it? And I think that point of limited resources is often downplayed to an extent that I don't think is fair. I don't think I'll ever be making a Three Houses tier list, by the way. It's just too much. Who should you use in Three Houses? Whoever you want. Maybe not Ash. Retired from Pokemon and from Fire Emblem Discourse. Okay, back to this. Potential downsides to evaluating units critically. Well, it's completely unnecessary for casual play in a single-player game. A common meme in MMO communities when people get criticized or told how to play is, "You don't pay my sub." And the same definitely applies to this single-player strategy game. Especially if you only ever intend to play on normal difficulty. Who cares about unit viability? It's just a bunch of internet screeching that honestly doesn't even apply. If you're on one of the lower difficulties, unit viability doesn't matter at all. just use whoever you want. You will get good results with anyone. And you'll probably end up having more fun than if you used a cookie, and you'll probably end up having a more unique, more personalized to you fun experience than if you had just followed meta strategies and just beaten the game in the best way with all of the best units. For normal difficulties, for normal difficulty casual playthroughs, which are probably the vast majority of Fire Emblem players, most players don't do the harder difficulties, most players don't do challenge runs. Just use whoever you want. And ignore all of this discussion about who's good and who's bad. I think the even bigger point, in my opinion, the biggest downside to treating critical unit evaluation as an inherently worthwhile thing you should engage in if you want to be a good player is this. Ignorance is blissy. Now, I know that ignorance has a bunch of negative connotations, but I don't mean it that way in this context. Once you know about unit stats, once you look at Rebecca, not as cute green-haired archer girl with a bandana, once you look at her as bad stats and bad mobility, you can never go back. And one of the best parts about Fire Emblem is that each unit is their own character. If you don't look at the numbers, you can fully enjoy the experience of tearing it up with Rebecca the Rapid. You don't have that niggling voice in the back of your head saying, oh, but it's not optimal. I could be using other units that could do the exact same thing, but better. Once you start looking at units as just their objective numerical traits, that begins the descent into looking at every single unit as just stat soup. And while that is a prerequisite to higher level play, undeniably, it kills a lot of the potential fun you could be having. I'm gonna be honest here. I enjoyed Pokemon more when I didn't know about stats. I enjoyed Pokemon more when I didn't know about base stats, when I didn't know about individual values, when I didn't know about EVs. When I didn't know any of this, and I just clicked Flamethrower with Charizard and I won the game and I thought he was the best. That is when I had the most fun with Pokemon. Nowadays, I always have to consider, I gotta kill these Rattatas because Rattatas give speed EVs. I gotta wonder, like, oh, are my IVs good or bad? Because if not, then I'm not optimal. I could be doing a bit more damage here. And in a way, and there is a significant part of me that really wishes I could just go back and not care about this stuff. But for high-level play, both in Fire Emblem and Pokemon, you have to know this stuff. Otherwise, nobody will take your opinion seriously. In the Emerald Legacy tier list, the Trico that I used was absolute ass. You're able to check your IVs in that game, and our Trico was below average in literally everything. Not a single IV that was even 15. It was an unmitigated disaster. But because I know about the IV system, I know not to attribute our Trico's horrendous performance to the Trico species as a whole. I know that it was our custom Trico that could not rise to the occasion. But that didn't stop the most soul-crushing missed KOs from really stinging. And of course, I still think Trico is bad. But not because of our Trico. Now, of course, I still think Trico is bad, and I ended up giving it a poor rating. But importantly, that poor rating was not based on my experience with Trico. When I rate Pokemon, when I rate units, I do not rate them based on my experience with the Pokemon or the unit. I rate them based on my experience with the game, and how the traits of those Pokemon or those units perform within the context of the game, not within my experience with those units or Pokemon in particular. For me, as somebody who... For me, a literal professional elitist, to use the word elitist again, that's how I have to look at these units. But speaking candidly, it's not a very fun way to evaluate these units. I would much rather latch on to personal stories. And if you're a new player just playing this game on your own, why wouldn't you latch onto your own personal story? That's where the most fun comes from, your own personalized experience. And to try and share that experience with others and be met with scathing comments telling you you're a noob. It's horrible. Who would want to engage with that? I think a lot of the hostility towards veteran players making unit recommendations comes from the fact that these recommendations, whether the veterans realize it or not, are taking a needle, a pin missile, to that bubble that new players are in. That wonderful bubble of ignorance, where they're able to use their favorites without worrying about viability. By telling them, use Marcus, use the Cavaliers, don't use Rebecca, you are attempting to force them into metagame discussions that they maybe have no interest in participating in. And I think that's where a lot of the pushback against veterans comes from. For sure, veterans have a bad reputation in the community. They're in their ivory tower. Yeah, you get a lot of evade bonus from the ivory tower terrain, but that also includes evading discussion with people because nobody wants to talk to you. Let's be real. The average person posting unit reviews on a Fire Emblem board, let's just say that they build supports rather slowly. Got a bit of Sarah syndrome? Because nobody wants to talk to you. And if I were to reveal the true core of my elitist essence, if I were to truly distill it down to the Darkstone levels of condensed evil, I would say that my true opinion of casuals versus elitists is, if I were to equip a hammer, if I were to be so blunt as to equip a hammer and deal effective damage to Armor Knights, I would say that my true opinion of casuals versus elitists is, I don't care what casuals have to say, because they don't know what they're talking about. But that's a deeply unpleasant stance that hopefully I've explained through this previous presentation is also kind of unfair to how new players engage with the game. Even if that's what I really think, it's not gonna lead to any productive discussions. And it's probably a bit extreme. Not probably, it is extreme. Even if that is what I truly think, we live in a society. It's probably a good idea to at least try and have a reasonable civil conversation. Final chapter of our presentation today. Uneasy alliance. What conclusions can we draw? I believe that new players can potentially, big if, by the way, the Japanese title of Fire Emblem Fates is Fire Emblem If. What if? New players can potentially, big if, improve their play experience by acknowledging unit weaknesses and compensating accordingly. I think that you can get more fun out of Rebecca if you also use Marcus. And you use Marcus to offset some of Rebecca's weaknesses so that you can shoot more people with Rebecca. That's my recommendation. But it's a careful balance between acknowledging the flaws of Rebecca and seeing her as just stat soup. Five-hit pin missile from Tosesu. Nice 5-hit pin missile. I can't find my ammo. Pinned. As someone who comes from fighting games, the idea of not taking into account a critical examination of units and characters is baffling to me. You're just making the game harder for yourself, to be honest. I think it is a bit different, though, because fighting games are inherently competitive, right? It makes a lot more sense to evaluate characters critically in PvP situations, whereas Fire Emblem is almost strictly PvE. A unit, like Link Arena, doesn't really count, right? For veteran players, I think veteran players should be cognizant and try not to infringe on the personal aspect of Fire Emblem, the personal connections that people forge with their own units in their playthroughs, with unsolicited stat soup recipes. If people ask for advice, sure, but usually just dumping your stat soup recipe suggestion on them, saying that your recipe is the way to go and they should abandon their current diet plans, not going to be making any new support partners that way. Have we managed to forge an uneasy alliance between new and veteran players? I'm not sure. It's kind of hard. It's pretty difficult to convince enemy factions to ally with each other in times of peace. One of the best ways is to introduce a common foe. So here's a common foe we can unite against. A branded to truly be reviled, and one of the few instances of dual typing actually being a downgrade. The rock steel typing of Fire Emblem discussion. The casual elitist. The casual elitist must be destroyed. The casual elitist is somebody who is a casual in the sense that they don't know what they're talking about. But they're an elitist in the sense that they still make prescriptive suggestions on units. Who the hell do you think you are? No! Casual elitists must be destroyed. So new players and veteran players alike, I call upon new players and veterans alike, lend me your ears. I call upon you to take up arms against the casual elitists. Casual elitists, play the games before actually making suggestions, okay? You give us real elitists a bad name. Hopefully that's okay. Truly, we can agree that casual elitists are the scourge of the earth. $5 microtransaction from Sonic the Hedgehog. Thank you for the microtransaction.
Come here, booty!
Seized. I think the problem most people have with tier lists is they really focus on low turn count, which simply isn't useful if you aren't playing that way. I don't know if they necessarily are focused on... I don't mean to, well, actually your argument, but I don't know if they're necessarily focused on LTC as much as efficiency, right? I mean, obviously efficiency and low turn count go hand in hand. And I could be biased because I obviously don't base mine on LTC. I think the way I would describe my own tier lists is... it's mostly resource allocation, and experience and grinding is sort of part of one of the resources. So usually the units that are more efficient are the ones that don't require as much or don't require as many resources for a great return. And that tends to align with LTC expectations. I'm not saying all, but LTC is overrepresented in tier lists. That is probably true. But LTCs are sort of really where you put the screws to the units, right? It's the highest... It's where you expect the most out of your units with the least. So you could say that LTC efficient playthroughs encompass casual playthroughs, but casual playthroughs do not encompass the LTC experience. Am I wrong in assuming that Casual Elitist is from that one YouTube video by Low Res and that you could link it in the premium for more reading? Thank you for the $5 microtransaction. Gotta seize.
Come here, booty!
Am I wrong in assuming that Casually, I mean, I don't think I know who Low Res is, so you might be wrong with that assumption, but it's also possible that I've seen this, and I simply don't remember. So it's possible. I mean, I get that, but also what good is showing a tier list that represents a way that very few people actually play? Low res must be a bad unit. Any units come to mind as being good in LTC, but bad in casual? I'm not too familiar with actual LTC low turn count playthroughs, so I'm not sure. Low res.
Your magic shall not save you.
Japanese POR Soren? Because of the Crit Forge Thunder, right? From what I've seen in FE speedruns, they have nothing in common with casual or LTC runs. When you say speedruns, you literally mean speedruns, right? Like, real-time timer? Well, those are really different, yeah. Cheese, you're not one of those casual elitists yourself, are you? Who do you think I am? I don't think I'm a casual elitist. I usually play the games before I talk about them. The main thing that makes the casual elitist despicable is they just make a bunch of assumptions. This was fun to go into for sure. Thank you, Olio, for watching. Oh, we're actually not done. There's one more slide. Thanks for sticking with us thus far. To both new players and veterans alike, I have a special invitation for you. You're invited. Welcome to die! Whether you're a casual or an elitist, there's a special challenge just for you. Ta-da! Can you defeat the evil elitist? Download in the description. So we actually have a very special, completely custom bonus battle. Takes place in Fire Emblem 7, and it is meant to test all of your and it is meant to test your Game Boy Advanced Fire Emblem acumen. Can you defeat the elitist? This unfortunate casual player couldn't. I'm cooked. It's a standalone final battle chapter. This is real, by the way. This is not a joke. This is a standalone final chapter challenge created by Shared, one of our lead interns. And anyone can jump in, and try to clear it. I will say, it is very difficult. I will say that compared to mainline Fire Emblem, it is very difficult. It is harder than any battle you are required to actually clear in the main games, at least outside of troll difficulties like Lunatic Plus. If you're unsure whether or not you can rise to the challenge, if you're still unsteady in your Fire Emblem fundamentals, I actually did an entire Fire Emblem 7 playthrough where the entire idea was to onboard new players who are unfamiliar with Fire Emblem. So I play in a way that to veteran players is extremely frustrating because I explain everything that I'm doing in, some would say, excruciating detail, but I prefer to think of it as being considerate of new players. How considerate? We are talking an hour and a half before making our first action, because that is how in-depth I'm explaining the stats. If you understandably don't have 70 hours to watch a full playthrough where I explain everything, I also made a more compact Game Boy Advance Fire Emblem mechanics video. It's only 40 minutes long, and that will walk you through all of the fundamentals. Probably not enough to actually get you to a level where you can clear this brutal final map, but it'll get you a start. It's not in the description yet. I'm gonna add it afterwards. Because right now it's only in the Discord. If you join the Discord, which is linked in the description, you'll find it in the channel there. But I need to set it up in a Google Drive link that people can get it in. What else did I want to say? Oh. If you intend to try this challenge spoiler free, then I recommend this is a... Also, FE7 Legacy looks totally different from your last playthrough already. Lance Eliwood is in, right? Lance Eliwood is in, right? I'm excited. Once Fire Emblem 7 Legacy is officially released, I think we're just gonna do one stream to test out Lance Eliwood and hopefully advertise the completed hack. I'm very excited. I can't wait for Lance Eliwood. 3 stars? He gets lances and swords, which, I mean, just makes him a bad cavalier, but that's way better than he used to be. And he's not even strictly a bad cavalier, because he actually does have the rapier. It was your first suggestion? I'm glad it's in. I'm super excited. Like, you can show this to Smith. Look how excited the chatters are just hearing about Lance Eliwood. People cannot wait to try Lance Eliwood. I would say that Lance Eliwood, on its own, pushes me from slightly hesitant about recommending it to a firm recommendation. You gotta use Lance Eliwood. It's gonna be great. I don't know if it's going to be great, but I think more importantly, it is going to be fun. That's the deodorant he needed. My current push is for Brigand Dorcas. I believe in Brigand Dorcas as well. I think Brigand Dorcas would make sense. I think the pushback against it is that story-wise, it doesn't make sense because he's not really a brigand. He was just doing it out of desperation, but he was a brigand, right? I think that's fine. And I think it would be a lot more fun. Here we go. If you would like to play this special challenge yourself, you do need a vanilla Fire Emblem 7. If you want to play this hack yourself, if you want to play this special challenge chapter yourself, you do have to patch a vanilla Fire Emblem 7 English ROM. I can give you the patch. I can't provide the ROM because... This is an unofficial fan project, and I've only been able to experience this by using the Nintendo Online stuff. I can't walk you through the process of patching. I can't walk you through the patching process myself, but if you've never done it before, it's pretty easy. You'll manage. If you'd like to... Now the rest of the runtime of this video is going to be... the story leading up to the final challenge battle. We have some wonderful, lovingly crafted cinematic cutscenes to explain how the elitist became the antagonist. And I'll also be showing how I cleared the final battle, which I was able to do on my first try, but I am very experienced with Game Boy Advance Fire Emblem, and I also have literally hundreds of people helping me in the chat, so it actually is pretty difficult. If you would like to try the challenge battle with no spoilers, then I would say just do it now, and then come back and watch the rest of the video, okay? But if you want some minor hints on what to do, I would say you're going to need to be aware of how staves interact with dancers, right? You can both warp and rescue if you play your cards right. And I would also say that you need to be aware of how speed affects certain mechanics. And the breakpoints for those mechanics. I'll also say that the assassin character actually functions differently than in vanilla. He functions the way he does in Fire Emblem 7 Legacy, and that means that he actually has additional movement. He has 7. And he also is a big fan of the There's a car outside. The trash can, the trash collection is outside. Gotta wait for them to pass. I'm not saying that this hack is trash. I really enjoyed it. Come on, get out of here. Oh, they still have 6 move? Okay. But they do have the Kanto region, right? Kanto and 30 crit, okay. Yes, yes. Now they're even closer. I can't talk about anything. Trashed. Okay, there we go. The assassin that you're given in the final battle also functions a little differently. They've actually been given... They're a huge fan of the Kanto region, so they can actually Kanto after non-combat actions, just like a mounted unit. They also have an innate 30% crit, and this isn't a unique mechanic to the final battle, but keep in mind that you don't actually have to deal damage to proc lethality. There's multiple ways to solve the final battle. You could, of course, opt for maximum cheese with both the mind glitch and just fishing for lethality procs, but you don't actually have to do either. It is possible to clear it without making use of either of those mechanics. All right. I think that's actually it. Anything else anybody wants to say while we're here? I don't think we're done with the stream itself, but we are done with this portion where we're just talking about the actual presentation. I don't know if there's anything... What about the good bad units? What do you mean? Is this Hector hard mode? Is this an Iron Man? How much of the series do you need to have played to be an elitist? Can you be an elitist on a per game basis? I would say it goes per game. I wouldn't say that I'm a Fire Emblem 12 elitist because I've never played that game. We skipped talking about why such discussions are so GBA centric. I think I said that the modern games are... No, I said that I prefer the games that aren't stat soup. So I did say that, I think. I think the modern games are just too customizable. Alright, we need an outro to lead into the... We need an outro to lead... You should play FE12 now. I see that PFP. You're not gonna get me. Nice try, Marth. My opinion on Brigand Dorcas is that Bartre and Geats are just generally good stats-wise, so it's hard for Dorcas to differentiate himself, whereas Dart and Hawkeye have extreme stats. I'm in favor of Brigand Dorcas. I just think it would be fun. What are your thoughts on the Yggdrasil games? I really like FE4, but it's only an S for me if you play it on a Nintendo PC with the speed up option. Thracia is interesting. I appreciate the uniqueness of Thracia. I think it's just too much of a cheese fest as you go into the end. It like doesn't even feel like you're playing a strategy game. It's just like non-stop cheese back and forth. I think Thracia is what happens when nobody says no. No, Kaga, I don't think that Fog of War should be pitch black. No, Kaga, I don't think that enemies should just have a random chance to move again. No, Kaga, I don't think that this entire pitch black map should be full of enemy dark mages that can warp to you from anywhere and one-shot you. No, I don't think that sleep should last forever and reduce your combat stats to 0. No, I don't think that poison should last forever. No, I don't think that the Blizzard Tome should also put you to sleep. Maybe we shouldn't have done these things. I think it's just a bit too much. Okay, we need an outro that leads into the that goes from the end of the PowerPoint to the beginning of the challenge cutscenes. So maybe something like, can you best the elitist? But then maybe like, there must always be... Well, not a Lich King. Is there a Fire Emblem version of that we can do? The Scrub King? I'm saying that somebody needs to be the new elitist, though. Bolvar. Must always be a Dark Druid. There must always be a Game Fax. Meta Knight? Something about meta, right? You can try this. There must always be an S tier. Oh yeah, that's good. Can you best the elitist? I believe you can. But remember, even if you dethrone the elitist. But remember, even if you dethrone the elitist, the Seas tile won't remain empty for long. there must always be an S tier. Who will fill the void? Will it be you? If you become the new elitist, it's only a matter of time before the comments get you too. That's probably good enough. Who decides what units are S and what units are F? You? No. Not me. Someone wise.
Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship to me.
Well, if it works.
Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship to me. Alright, I think that is actually the end of the casual versus elitist debate for today. Thank you everybody for joining. I hope you enjoyed. We're probably gonna keep going for a little bit longer. We'll just like answer comments. But as for the actual casual versus elitist PowerPoint, well, that's it. I hope you enjoyed. What did you guys think? Would you watch another Fire Emblem discussion like this? I think this makes, I mean, I don't really know how else we would have done this discussion. I guess maybe like an actual discussion with another Fire Emblem YouTuber, like as part of an actual back and forth, but I don't know who I would ask to do that, because I don't think I really vibe with much of the other Fire Emblem creators. I think I'm too elitist. The slides are hilarious. I'm glad you liked them. Is this going to be a video? Yes. How are you so comfortable filming your videos with a live audience? I am acting. I'm actually not very comfortable. But it helps a lot that I have complete control over this, right? And it's also very low stakes, because if I make a mistake, which as you can see, I make mistakes all the time, I can just cut them. So you never see them in the final. So that helps a lot. If I had to actually do it in one take, I'd probably be a lot more nervous. I'd be interested in some Fire Emblem history. I think we will do... We could do this now. We could try and find... Bafe would be the perfect presentation of casual. Oh yeah, Batted Fire Emblem? Yeah, sure. I really enjoyed... well, he didn't start the series on Fire Emblem 7 in 7 days, right? He just made the highlight reel of it. No, I would definitely be down to do a stream or something with Batted Fire Emblem. He seems cool. I think we're also on pretty similar... Or we generally, I think, would get along. I think. I've never, like, directly talked to him. I've talked to him on, like, Discord. Regarding FE7 Legacy, what are your thoughts on a small amount of more tomes? Oh, higher weapon level anima that are light for Nino, and a mid-range dark magic tome that isn't gimmicky. I mean, I would definitely be more in favor of just more options. I don't know if magic needs more variety, but I wouldn't be against it. I think what I felt was kind of missing from magic was light. Light magic it didn't feel unviable, it felt perfectly viable.
I will bring honor to my father and my kingdom.
It was more that it kind of just felt like bad anima still. In original FE7, it's really bad anima. It's complete ass, but the higher crits never really felt like it was useful at all. I feel like it really needs a like killer equivalent where I finally have enough crit that I'm actually able to make critting a strategy. All the crits I got with Lucius the Luscious were kind of just incidental. So if light is intended to be the crit focused magic type, I would appreciate like a lower might but higher crit tome at some point. What would your ideal Fire Emblem game look like? Any mechanics you'd want to play with in particular? I'm not sure. There's probably some ROM hack out there that would ideally fit me, but I just don't know what it is yet. It's lightweight though. Aura is totally usable, and so is Purge, compared to their Anima and Dark equivalents. Maybe it's just that Aura is too late then. Oh, a Brave Light Tome would be cool. A Brave Light Tome would be really cool. Have you tried the ROM hack FE8 Sacred Stones Revamped? I have not. Is it Reforged or Revamped? I feel like there's one called Reforged that does exist. What are your thoughts on Conquest? As a game specifically, we all know how the story goes. If I were to rank all of the Fire Emblem games, which I think I will be, eventually at some point, I have to play FE12. I think, well, spoilers, I'm putting Birthright and Revelations in F, right, the bottom. I'm probably actually going to put Conquest in S. I think the gameplay is so fun and the presentation is so good that honestly, just don't read any of the dialogue. Just play the game and it's great. It's maybe the best Fire Emblem game for gameplay, but it's not my favorite overall because the story is just, it's so bad. It's so bad. But in terms of actually tickling your tactical brain, I think Conquest is the best. I really love Conquest pair-up. And I think the unit customization it exists, but it's not completely out of control like it is in Three Houses. Reforged is revamped. Don't doubt me, I know about things that are reforged. 93 smithing.
You're in good form. You're doing quite well. You're quite adept.
I'd be on to collab on more stuff in the future, though I'm not sure the specific. Thank you, Shared. We could maybe play the Cheese Emblem hack next year. Do you like any other SRPG franchises? If Final Fantasy Tactics Advance counts, then I like that one. We could do a Final Fantasy Tactics Advance tier list. That would be fun. You'll never guess who the best class in the game is. You'll probably guess. It's Vera Assassin. Okay, somebody's dying in the music. I feel like another part of Fire Emblem discourse you could touch on in the future is classic versus modern Fire Emblem. We could do that as well. I mean, the clear divide is Awakening, right? Templar is the best. I never liked Banga Templar, even though Banga were my favorite. Dragoons get Dragonheart, right? Dragonheart is so silly. Dragonheart is a reaction skill in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, so it activates when you get hit. And when you get hit, and you have the Dragonheart ability, you gain auto re-raise, which revives you when you die. So that means that to kill a Banga unit, you have to either kill them in one hit, which is not going to happen, because they're really strong, or you hit them and then you dispel them, or you hit them and then you wait for the auto life to dispel and then you kill them. It's, on paper, sounds insanely overpowered because you essentially become immortal unless you get killed in one hit. It's actually not that useful, but it sounds overpowered. I'm working on a Fire Emblem-esque engine. I'd be happy to hear about your opinions on whenever I make a demo. Oh, interesting. Yeah, sure, let me know how it goes. I would be willing to check it out. Alright, so we've only been what in the world? Not even 4 hours. Maybe I am a casual. Ever plan to try Advance Wars? Maybe someday, because that's another Intelligent Systems game, right? Honestly, an Intelligent Systems game we would play before Advance Wars would be Paper Mario. Because Paper Mario is made by the same people as Fire Emblem. Maybe not the exact same people, but the same company, Intelligent Systems. Okay, what do we have to decide before we end today? We have to decide the next stream, I think? And then we have to decide... You thought I wasn't big on Mario? Not particularly, but I really like the Paper Mario games, but... Well, by Paper Mario games, I mean... Paper Mario and Thousand Year Door, the only ones they ever made. But no, I'm not a huge Mario fan. Interested in playing Luminescent Platinum in the future? Well, I don't know what that is, so... I guess the answer would be no. But only because I don't know what it is. Maybe, if it could be fun. The next FE game you should stream should be BS Fire Emblem. We could do, what is it? Is it Legend of the Burger King? I'm not sure. Chronicle of the Burger King. I hear it's actually like a fun game. But we should probably do that after Fire Emblem 9 because that's the one that actually has the Black Knight. A ROM hack for Brilliant Diamond. Oh, okay. Code of the Burger King. Okay. Hang on. It's been a while since we played the end of FE7, so we should do that as we transition into the comments here. She's dreamt about this day for 7 years. She loves Code of the Burger King. Oh, we don't need to actually mention... No, we'll be fine, we'll be fine. We'll fix it in editing. We'll fix it in editing. It's fine, we'll fix it in editing. I found it. Big thanks.
Who are you?
Thanks to the mighty Patreons for keeping this operation afloat, especially during the 2 weeks that I wasn't streaming anything. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the FE8 premium tier list. I know it took a whole year to put together, but hopefully it was worth the wait. 5 hours. And thanks to everybody who attended the editing streams, so you can kind of see part of the process that goes into this and why it takes so long. This is the one I want, right? But you can't see it yet. There you go, now you can see it. Have you heard about the new Pokemon Emerald ROM hack, Pokemon Pisces? I have not. It's just there's too many Emerald hacks. So after this stream concludes, I'm going to put up a poll, and the poll is going to be for our next full game playthrough. And it's going to be a true 1v1. Usually we've had a spoiler candidate where there were sort of two options from the same franchise, so it ended up splitting the vote of that franchise. This is a true 1v1 Fox Lagoos only. It's going to be Black and White 2, extremely popular Pokemon game, versus Fire Emblem 9. Extremely popular Fire Emblem game. I think it's a very fair fight, and I am interested to see which one emerges as the victor. But even if... we'll play both. I think it's just the order. You should run ads during enemy phase. If Fire Emblem 9 somehow wins, will we have a successful breakout from Pokemon Prison graphic? Maybe, we'll see. I want FE9, but we're probably going to lose the poll. Well, obviously people here are going to be more inclined to vote for FE9. But whichever one wins, I think we overall win, because both games are great. Are you turning on animations for FE9? That game has slow animations. It's more runtime. I have interaction plans for both FE9 and Black and White 2. Ooh, I'm excited. Is Olio still here? I think she was here earlier. I don't want to call her out, but if she happens to be here. Well, here's Laugh.
I will protect you, no matter what form I should take.
Very humorously, I guess. With a 10 gifted subs. Nice 10-hit pin missile. And they themselves became an intern as well. Thank you for the gracious gift of convenience. Raced. I'm trying to think of a thumbnail for, because the PowerPoint we just made is going to be made into a video. And I think it has to be depicting a scene between Marcus and Rebecca, right? And it's either going to be, I think, Marcus like about to Silver Lance Rebecca in the face, or it could be the opposite, right? It could be Marcus giving Rebecca a ride, right? And them living in harmony. Which do you think would be more fitting for the presentation that we gave? Do they live in harmony, or are they in opposition? Silver Lance, we need drama. Harmony. I think Harmony, I mean, it's cuter. Ranger Rebecca, where she steals the horse. A clash between Rebecca's arrow and Marcus's javelin throw. That's a lot to depict. The thumbnail could be Marcus and Rebecca teaming up to kill Loot, the casual elitist. We'll see. You could do both and have it be like two possible futures. Well, you can only have one thumbnail. You think opposition makes sense for first impressions? I think it probably does as well. We'll see. We have to get Olio to agree to it, otherwise I'll just have to come up with something on my own. The best I had so far was just the Game Facts Wars, but I used that for this. Both in the same thumbnail? There's no way there's enough room for that, I don't think. Marcus slipping on a banana peel? Why is he dismounted? Maybe Rebecca and Marcus fighting while Loot is in the background, looming over like a dark shadow. I'm not sure. In terms of whether Black and White or FE9 win, we're probably not going to play them this weekend. So I'm hoping to finish the premium of what we just recorded. It shouldn't take that long. And then we can do a one-off stream this weekend. So we could do Kirby and the Crystal Shards that won the poll before. We could also do like a one-off ROM hack if there's something there. Does this mean we can actually start recording the Magikarp video? I was actually about to talk about that because I started recording it yesterday. It has begun, so that's the next edited video that you guys are gonna see. It's a Pokemon video, so that would maybe also push us towards Pokemon, I guess. Let's see, 351. In terms of, no, 342. Maybe we'll go to 5 hours and that'll be the end? The RuneScape Prison Escape is making Cheese way faster on his schedule than our predictions. Imagine not playing MMOs. My time! It's been returned to me. Mario Mon, but that's like a full game, right? I've escaped Dofus as well, the French RuneScape. I remember you telling me about that. I guess let's see if we can answer some of these comments. Amelia, she becomes twice as good as Seth and you only need to give her 20x the investment minimum. Give her the Lagdu Ruins. Swift Souls. Swift. Troubadours are never 2 stars, even with nerfed movement. Oh no. Big Labrachelle fan here. Level 3 in Chapter 10. Sad. I mean, everybody says that I overrate horses, and I gave Labrachelle 2 stars. That's, like, pretty sad. Don't call me biased. If there's any unit review you would call me biased for, and I think I would agree, would be Knoll 4 stars. But I just really like summoners. But also, I played a warlock and I played a warlock in WoW and a summoner in FF14, so I really like summoners. Fun fact, I guess Empoleon is better than Infernape in Gen 4 OU. That's it. Really? Did that change? Because I think Infernape used to be better. Peaked in high school. Ford is such an overhated cav. People make him seem like the most unusable, terrible unit in the game, when in reality he's like a perfectly okay cavalier who's just stuck being outclassed by Seth and Franz. And Kyle, don't forget. But I agree he's overhated. Infernape is a Jagan. Actually, he's an Oify. This guy liked the Quillpill. The Quillpill bit was gold. sad to see how far the MCU has fallen. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the arc of the Garrick vs. Grotto movies in the MCU. That's part of the reason why the video took so long, because I had to basically make like 8 separate individual videos for the Garrick vs. Grotto trailers. But you can sort of see the sadness as it goes from a literal blockbuster, right? Lines around the block, to direct to DVD, to on Caps or Stat Caps Plus, which then eventually became Caps Plus, which then became Plus, which then became Plus but just the symbol, not the word, which then became just another victim of internet rage bait on the Quill Pill podcast. Where it's just the avatar in a suit talking over B-roll. That new guy they cast for Garrick, his acting's horrible. Will there be an FE8 premium or just the tier list premium? Please don't make me do more FE8. I think this also encompasses the premium. There's a lot of actual gameplay in there. I do not intend to make a gameplay video. I think I may have already even put too much gameplay in it already. This guy is so nice. This is genuinely one of the best videos ever uploaded to the platform. I'm mesmerized by your humor and editing. Oh, high praise. Thank you. Check out the other tier lists if you get the chance. I put Lab Rochelle here. Plus, formerly Caps Plus, is my favorite oversaturated streaming service. It's a good starting point for the FE series. I haven't seen your name before. Is this a genuine question? Yes. Well, that's a pretty good question.
Hello, and thank you for calling the Automated Imported Cheese Content Pipeline. Your inquiry is important to us. For frequently asked Fire Emblem questions, press 8. Please hold while we connect you with a representative. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Thank you for your patience. The answer to your inquiry is... For first-time Fire Emblem players, I recommend Fire Emblem 8, The Sacred Stones for the Game Boy Advance. It's incredibly easy, and you have some freedom, but not too much freedom. My favorite Fire Emblem game is Echoes, my favorite character is Kanas, and my favorite class is the Swordmaster. Thank you, and we look forward to any future inquiries.
Oh. How could this elitist claim that... This guy claims that speed and movement are the best, and yet he doesn't have either. What a hypocrite. I hope that answered your question. I'll try it out right now. Don't try it out right now. You should watch my 5-hour tier list first, and then give it a try. For the next, the thing we're truly missing to truly escape Pokemon Prison is we need a successful edited Fire Emblem video. That's not a tier list. So I think what we can do is... My current idea is weird Japanese weapon translations, because there's quite a few of them. I think the thumbnail could be, you know, like the Kill Bill poster? The yellow one with the lady with the sword? And then, but we call it kill edge. And I guess replace the lady with, like, Marissa. Kill sword. Being kind of strange, the brave weapons actually being called the hero weapons, and how that ties into, I guess, just the Japanese word for hero, which involves the word brave. It's literally just brave person. There's some strange things, like how Alondite and Ragnell are just flipped. I think Etard is also different for some reason. Of course, the infamous things like effective against infantry on the rapier, which doesn't make any sense, because in Japanese it just says effective against cavaliers and armored infantry. There's also things like Sword Slayer. The Sword Slayer axe in English just says like effective against sword units, which is like kind of vague. And then I think in Japanese it's more detailed, where it says effective against sword wielding infantry, and it also says that it's a reaver weapon. But it doesn't say that it's a reaver in English, which is kind of confusing. There's quite a few examples like that, and I think we could make a video about that. But probably a shorter one, so maybe like 10 minutes? Alright, we've got to deal with this wall of text comment. I don't know if I have the strength. Orson's axe from Thracia, but it like doesn't have an official translation, does it? The Poogie axe. I don't think we're strong enough to take on this comment in our current form. We need strength. Refreshed. Oh yeah, Alondite should be Arendite, right? There are the LR switches. LR switches are well known, but I think one that's lesser known is B and V switches. So an example of that, because in Japanese there's no V. Well, there is a V, but nobody uses it. You only use it to say foreign words, but the Fire Emblem example would be Bolganone. So it's a fiery eruption from the ground, like a volcano, right? So it very clearly should be Bolganone. But for some, or it should be Volcanone, right? But they made it Bolganone for some reason. Wolf Bale should be Beowulf? No, I think it actually is Wolf Bale. It's like Wolf Axe. You can also see the LR switch, or the BV switch, in reverse in Metroid. Is Bolganone an actual volcano? I might be wrong then. But the BV switch in Metroid for sure is a thing, right? Because you get a suit upgrade in most games that provides additional protection, usually against extreme temperatures. And then in Japanese it's the barrier suit, which makes perfect sense. It's literally Baria. But then in English it somehow became Varia, which doesn't make any sense. So I don't know how that one happened. Varia sounds cool, I guess so. It sounds more science fiction-y because it's not a real word. But it definitely should just be barrier. Maybe we'll, we could do like a writing stream for the weapons. Possibly. Alright, let's try and tackle this comment. Tackle bad move. Sacred Stone's tier lists are pretty unique, since the ways they do it is on roots, Ephraim and Erica, or take the average of both roots, and many examples here on some characters being way superior, depending on the root. Tana, for example, is a lot better than Erica root, mainly because she starts the chapter with you, with weapons included, and Erica root is easier plus more flyer friendly, so pretty much if you give her the stat boosters and train her on chapter 9 by yourself with those growths, you unlock an OP Wyvern Knight. The only leverage Vanessa has over Tana is 7 chapters of availability, which is a huge advantage. However, Vanessa has this chance to turn below average due to her shaky growth and low bases, so that Tana can be fixed, and she is only 6 levels away from level 10, so you can insta promote her at 10 and she will be a beast. Just as a reference, a base level 4 Tana can tank an aura attack from Riva at chapter 20 hard mode. Let that sink in. I don't think that's a real advantage for Tana. Tana also can get screwed by her growths. I don't think that's a real advantage. And also only 6 levels. Well, but Vanessa is only 9 levels, but she has 7 more chapters. So I think Tana and Vanessa are basically the same, but Vanessa is better because she's in 7 more chapters. Cormag, in contrast, is better on Ephraim route because he joins you in chapter 10, and you need as many good units as possible for Ghost Ship. On Erica, you have to wait for him in chapter 13 where he spawns. You probably already finished the chapter before he even comes in. My friend cleared that chapter in turn 3, so he never saw Cormag. That's only if you consider that Cormag is finally available on chapter 14 for Erica. Cormag on Ephraim route is way superior. True, but I think we said that as well. Garrick is better on Erica mainly because of availability. Joins on chapter 10 instead of 13, so he can do serious work due to his insane bases. He's still very good on Ephraim route, but him being on an easier route and getting him early literally boosts him instantly into 5-star Erica route only. I wouldn't say he's 5-star on Erica, but he is still definitely better on Erica. Other characters who you started with could also be more reliable than other routes. For example, Ross, if you have him as Berserker on Ephraim, has better usability due to the map design, especially on chapter 10, 11, and 13. I don't know about that one, because there's more peaks on Erica route. And Berserkers can peak walk as well. Another one, Vanessa and Erica route, due to her route having more peaks in terrain, being blocked by mountains. Oh yeah, I just said that. It makes flyers a must-have, but that also makes Ross better. Inez, Saleh, Dusel, and Noel, like 4 characters who are locked by a route and available chapter 15. What does that mean? However, here are the ones that suffer the most in this. Saleh and Inez, since an okay sniper, there's a sitting duck, and a budget pent with late ability will fall off compared to a summoner that only summons and a broken Great Knight that can still be good for the rest of the game. Isn't Noel the same on both? Because he only joins you after you liberate Grotto. So yeah, he joins with Ephraim in the desert, but you never actually get to use him on Ephraim route. It's just that you actually liberate him at the end of Grotto Keep with Ephraim. Has the execution been moved up? And while some characters are still beyond bad regardless of the route you choose, you and Amelia and Marissa will always suck till the end of time. That's true. Also, Garcia is actually better than people think he is. He is really good bulky base. His growths are literally exactly the same as Ross. That's not true. Ross is faster. And he does not need to be babied. And using him is actually not bad because the moment he tap into it, he's pretty much a solid unit to deploy due to Hero fixing his speed and skill. I wouldn't say that. It's only +2 speed. It makes him better, but definitely not good. Anyway, Cyrene is probably one of the units that suffers the most on availability, but she has her uses if you play Iron Man or play LTC just after her chapter, 18 on the Egg Volcano chapter. All your flyers are needed if you want to poke all the eggs before they hatch. Here's the thing, the egg gives you a level up, or at least a level up before hatching. You can literally catch up to your army in only 1 chapter by poking eggs. Also, her solid bases, they're pretty bad, are good to whatever the game has left for you. I think she's a 3-star even with awful availability because broken flyer, and even if she's not a Wyvern Knight. I think 2 is pretty generous. Cyrene's pretty bad. I know tier list is based on the ROM hack of Sacred Stones that lets you divide your army into 2 and you get units separately, but yeah, that's my greatest all about Sacred Stones and tier lists. Didn't I say that we rated the units based on where they were better? I did say that, right? I think that'll be my only response to this. We survived. Oof. Oh, that reminds me of something I wanted to say in the PowerPoint, because he said tap. So, I mean, I guess we can say it here, and then I can just overlay the PowerPoint because it's a still image. Elitists are often accused of gatekeeping. Elitists are often accused of gatekeeping. You probably won't find this shocking, but I personally think that gatekeeping is good and essential to keeping hobbies. It's probably won't shock you to hear that I personally think that gatekeeping to an extent is not only good but essential for preserving the essence of a franchise. It's a difficult balance because you do need new blood in order for the company to actually make money, and companies care more about making as much money as possible. Companies, of course, only care about making as much money as possible, and sometimes the best way to do that is to make a good game, but increasingly, in modern times, making the most money means opening the gates. Specifically, the floodgates. Specifically, the floodgates separating real gaming from mobile filth. Once a franchise has a mobile game, it's over. We have seen it. We have seen it over and over again. It's a dog outside. Must be a mobile gamer. Pokemon Go casualized and killed Pokemon even further than it already was casual. Fire Emblem Heroes casualized and is currently killing Fire Emblem. Why do you think the skill descriptions in Fire Emblem Engage are so weird and unintuitive? It's because they're like mobile game skill descriptions. Monster Hunter Now, or whatever it's called, has just begun to infect and kill Monster Hunter. What's one of the main complaints with Monster Hunter Wilds? It's way too easy and casual. Once they create Dark Souls Prepare to Swipe or whatever, then gaming will have truly fallen. But for now, we can attempt to at least hold the gates closed. It's a bit too late for Fire Emblem. Let's savor what few Twilight years we have left. I don't like mobile games, but in this case, we're talking about handheld games. I don't like mobile slop, but in this case, we're talking about handheld games, true classics. We don't use the word mobile in this household. Okay, there we go. And we can stitch that in earlier. Mobile games must be destroyed. The gates must be held because once the casuals are the overwhelming the gates must be held because once the casuals are the overwhelming majority, usually it happens through a mobile game influx. once they're the primary demographic being catered to, it's over. Say goodbye to any semblance of depth in the husk of the hobby you once loved that is now being puppeteered from the inside for the sake of being accessible to everyone. I don't want games that are for everyone. I want games that are for me. And it really, really sucks to have a game that was once for you be corrupted and turned into the same homogenized, sanitized slop that you can download on the App Store. That is a stance I will never compromise on. You can call me an elitist for that. Would you say that Awakening opened Pandora's box? Not on the same scale as mobile games, but to an extent. A sad fate. Next track. Alright, let's see if we can answer all of the... at least all of the comments for the Garrick vs. Grotto tier list. Or Garrick vs. Grotto tier list. The FE8 tier list. I answered a lot of these on my own. Sorry, buddy, but FE was never for you. LTCs was never the focus, and elitists pretend like they were ever catered to. You don't and have never represented FE. Bait used to be believable, pal. You can't get me. Why am I getting so many ads? I watch an ad for Garrick vs. Grotto, and then 2 minutes later I get an insurance ad. I should have installed Hoplon Guard VPN. Saves you from critical time spent watching ads. So you... admit to stealing from me with a Hoplon Guard. There we go, problem solved. No more stealing. That lowest tier looks like it would make a fun worst units only run of FE8. That's basically what we did in our run. Amelia, there we go. Escape the Pokemon prison. We might be returning quite soon. Endless. The best part of the Quilpo bit was the jab at The Last of Us 2 and calling it the MCU. It just works on so many levels. It's peak satire. Well, thanks, Prometheus. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I will say this. The casting of The Last of Us 2 Season 2 is interesting. I don't really think it fits, and it also undermines a lot of the arguments that have been made in favor of The Last of Us 2 since the release of the game. I'm sorry, I always thought it was really distracting how insanely buff Abby was. Because it doesn't really make any sense in the context of the game. If you have any experience with the gym, you would know that this is just impossible. I know that mushroom zombies are also impossible, so normally this doesn't matter. It only matters because the game treats everything, aside from the mushroom zombies, so seriously. And to then have the Abby Axris be very small, well then why did you make Abby so huge if it wasn't important? I don't get it. Why? But it's too dangerous. You can't talk about this on the internet. You'll have to go to the Quill Pill for that. It's true, they showed her eating a burrito once. They could just be going in a different direction with it. That's possible. That's, I think, what the director said, right? It's that the muscles aren't important for this version of Abby. Be sure to subscribe to the Quill Pill. It makes Effie discussion look like a utopia in comparison. Yeah, it's pretty awful. There's no winning. It's jarred, not quite jad. You gotta do a video on differences between Japanese and English Fire Emblem. Keep working on the Pokemon Prison Break. Strange Japanese weapon translations someday. I usually defaulted to Lute as the healer while also having her use magic too, and I used Amelia as a paladin and a Great Knight. I've never heard of Great Knight Paladin. Or Great Knight Amelia. I've never seen a Great Knight Amelia. Wish Naughty Dog would make some of their older franchises again. I don't want them to. I think at this point, a lot of our favorite franchises that have since been defiled, just leave them be. The people that made those games, they're not there anymore. Companies are comprised of people, and the people that made the classics aren't there anymore. Just let them rest. Just let them rest. And we can keep our memories of the good times. I want Naughty Dog to remaster The Last of Us 2 again. Didn't they just do that? Like last month. Last of Us 2 Complete Edition. Oh, that's not a remaster. I don't think it's just a compilation. But they're definitely Skyrimming it up. Geez, when are you gonna play Claire Obscure? I think I'm gonna play that on my own. I hear Claire Obscure is really good. But that's something I think I would just play on my own. I always thought Garcia is what Dorks and Bartray's ilk should have been, but the developers chose to make them disgusting in way harder games. I don't know if I'd call FE7 way harder. Are definitely a bit worse. I think Slow has Bartray in it. To be fair, Kaga left FE and it got better. Did it get better? It got different. In some ways, it definitely got better. Some of Kaga's vision is, well, I don't want to see what he sees. I've heard Claire Obscure is kind of just a less good Final Fantasy X. I've never heard anything bad about it. Hot take, the art for Engage isn't bad, it just doesn't fit with the game. Mika's a great artist, just a mismatch with the FE series. My favorite part of Engage was the credits. And I don't mean that as a joke. Like, I don't mean, oh, my favorite part was when the game ended. It made me kind of sad because the credits had this really great 2D art featuring all the Engage characters. Like, wow. Hey, can I play this game? This seems great. Like, you actually saw the characters just, like, in moments in 2D, and it looked great. But we didn't get that. We got this awful, like, VTuber 3D puppeteering. It just did not work. Sock is my favorite Jagan. Better base speed than throw. Claire is honestly a top 3 game of all time, really. Finally, it's here for you. Thank you for your patience. Just gotta put this ghost here, because I assume people died while waiting. Claire Obscure is good. I'm not quite done with it, but so far, unless there's some crazy good plot moment that I'm yet to see, I'd say it falls behind both Xenoblade 1 and 3, especially on the story. Ooh. Well, Xenoblade 1 is one of my favorite games of all time, so I don't mind if it's worse than that. Game journalists didn't like Claire's combat system. Okay, so that does mean that it's good. It's just like, it's like Paper Mario, right? Like turn-based, but with quick time events. $3.26. The Switch is coming out next month. Does this mean FE4 is coming? As a Shadow Drop surprise launch title. Just trust. I'll spell trust correctly someday. Trust. I'm not a fan of negating all damage with dodges and parries. I don't know anything about the combat system. I've never, like, seen any videos of it, but I do believe that it's good. My Ford ended up being better than my Franz during my latest playthrough of Sacred Stones. Franz the Fraud. Is that Zoro at 30:05? I'm afraid I don't know what moment that is in this tutorial video that I made. Pokemon Z confirmed. Oh, that reminds me of a line I wanted to say that I didn't say earlier. So I guess I need to say it now. I gotta remember it's where the Rutgers University comment is. And there's no Z-axis on the graph because they never released Pokemon Z. There we go. Hope I remember to add that back in. It's Jagan. Ephraim coping and seething, trying to deal with the disgusting rumors being spread about him and his sister. They're probably true. Jagan watching too much fake news on Facebook. Such an old man. Ghost. Combat's really nice. The harder fights are great. I'm just not sold on the story right now. I have no idea what the story is. I assume it's the 33rd expedition into something. Maybe into Area Zero. I 100% believe that GF tried to make Pokemon Z, but the release candidate was so buggy and awful that even they decided not to ship it. I mean, after seeing Scarlet and Violet, I don't think there's anything they wouldn't ship. You think it's something about how all the 34-year-olds died and your guys are 33-year-olds? Uh-oh. Well, I've got 2 more years then. Oh, I'm glad they noticed the Garrick vs. Grotto streaming. Garrick vs. Grotto was an extremely funny bit, especially the way the release methods change each time to imitate the change from DVD to streaming we've seen over the last 20 years. I'm gonna cancel my Plus subscription. There's nothing worth watching anymore. The opening hook is pretty strong, but not as strong as Xenoblade Chronicles 1's. Xenoblade Chronicle 1's opening is great, though. Both the Sword Valley fight, where would we be without these? And just the initial Colony 9 segment is also really fun. If people have never played Xenoblade Chronicles 1, you might think that, if you've only seen Shulk in Smash, you might think that he's just this meme lord jokester, right, who just says funny lines. No, for most of Xenoblade Chronicles 1, he's like a Mechon racist.
If you want something done right, leave it to a human.
He's really bloodthirsty and obsessed with revenge against the Mechon who raided his home and killed his friends. Like, he's not jokey at all. It's a really good story. I really like it. And, you know, by the end, you know, he changes his ways. There's, you know, some revelations that happen. But for most of the game, no, he just hates the Mechon and wants to kill them all. That's his main drive. Yeah, he's a lot closer to Rhine, his jokester comrade, in his Smash depiction. I mean, you probably don't want a Smash character shouting all the time about how he's gonna wipe out the enemy race, right? Like, you don't want that. It's probably correct to make him more jokey. And he's not actually, probably, once he goes through the character development, that's closer to who he truly is. Because that's how he is before the initial events that set him on his revenge quest. I had no idea anyone would actually do a 2017 era random sprite head wearing a tux-style click. Got it, it's just silly as all those anti-SJW Marvel Star Wars channels from that time were. From that time, they're still out there. Can't believe the MCU has fallen this far. There's a difference between Mechon and Machina, to be fair to Shulk. I don't think he hates them, without going into too many spoilers. Because I actually don't want to spoil the story of Xenoblade Chronicles 1. I really like it. I don't think he does draw a distinction between them. It's just that he learns what they're truly about. Oh yeah, I'll kill you is one of Shulk's most important lines. Happens really early. I've heard Xenoblade described like a single-player MMO. I myself have described it that way, which never sounded too appealing to me. Well, if you don't like it, then you're not gonna like it. But it does feel like a single-player MMO, which is what I like. It's like playing World of Warcraft with the hotkey combat, but your party is NPCs. Does Engage have the worst writing award now? No, Fates is way worse. Fates is the worst writing I've ever experienced in my life. No joke. Fate's writing was so bad, I played it first in Japanese, and I literally could not believe what I was reading. I thought that my Japanese was just too bad to understand what was happening, because there was no way that it was actually this bad. But nope, it turns out that yes, it is this bad. It really has to be seen to be believed. Fate's writing is unacceptable. Sir, have you considered that general animations are really cool? I've considered it. And acted upon it. I always use Amelia. Reminder, they got a manga artist to write the story outline for Fates. I don't even know if they used his story, right? They probably tossed it out. We still don't know what the Fates continent is called. I mean, when we do the Fates playthrough eventually, and stuff goes wrong, like, we'll have to say, I'm the greatest tactician on unknown, or on unnamed continent. You can't treat me this way. Fateslandia. It's John Fates. Really good production quality. Was kind of a weird plot twist when Xemnas showed up though. Submission bad move. Submit! I'm the greatest tactician on 404 continents. I'm not gonna act like Ewan is good or even 2 stars, but I feel like with him being a mage, it's at least possible to train despite his later join time. Surely at least better than Amelia, maybe Nimi? Nah, I don't think Ewan's better than Nimi. I don't think Nimi is that bad. Amelia feels generally untrainable without grinding. Even using her as a paladin in my last playthrough, with grinding, she wasn't even sniffing Seth, not sniffed, or Franz's promoted stats as a 10-17-1 paladin. Why did you promote at level 17? Where does the Mulder submit come from? You haven't played Kingdom Hearts 1? It's the final battle of Kingdom Hearts 1. The bad guy has a, it's like a floating dude, and he's got an evil shadow behind him, and when he makes his shadow attack you, he yells, "Submit!" Fun fact, I do believe the voice of the main villain, Ansem, is the bad guy from Titanic. Billy Zane is his name. So I always pretend that I'm fighting the dude from Titanic. Come, Guardian! Come, Guardian is... That move doesn't do anything, right? It's just when he has the Guardian block for him, but he just stands there. Like, he's not actually attacking you. So, like, what's the point of that move? If we play a Kingdom Hearts game, we might actually just start with Kingdom Hearts 2. Because, so the reason to play Kingdom Hearts 1 would be to follow the story, but the story makes no sense anyway, so who cares? And Kingdom Hearts 2 is so much better than Kingdom Hearts 1. It's actually wild how much better Kingdom Hearts 2 is. It's so much more than just a sequel. The gameplay is way better. It's like not even close. I would actually say that you should play Kingdom Hearts 2 because it's still a very fun game. I just started playing Kingdom Hearts 1. Good luck. You may as well tough it out. It's not that Kingdom Hearts 1 is bad, but it definitely shows its age. And once you play Kingdom Hearts 2, you realize how much better it is. We gotta play Final Fantasy VII first to understand the lore more. It's Leon. No, he's from Final Fantasy VIII, right? The controls feel awful. Try jumping with Sora in Kingdom Hearts 1. Horrible. Chain of Memories was kind of fun. I like Chain of Memories, even though it's... The gameplay's really weird. It's like a card game. Well, it's not. It's like a combination action and card game. It's kind of cool. I just don't really understand why it's a Game Boy Advance game. And it is part of the story, so if you don't play Chain of Memories, Kingdom Hearts 2 is really confusing. Hello, Cheese. I'm definitely in favor of a rundown of FE translation, stat differences, and Japanese options. I've been playing Sacred Stones recently in Japanese, so it would definitely scratch an itch for me, but I'm pretty sure non-Japanese speakers, so mostly everyone would find the content refreshing. I guess I'm wondering, why are you playing in Japanese? I am curious. Last boss of 1 is frustrating? Yeah, well, it's a Tetsuya Nomura boss, so the design is completely ridiculous. I definitely want to see the video about version differences in Japanese tier list. I really have to wonder what they were thinking when they nerfed Amelia. Well, it was obvious. Well, obviously she was too strong. I tried to replay Cage 1 a year ago, and I got to the first rail shooter segment and noped out. It's very antiquated. Are there any one-off ROM hacks we could play this weekend for Fire Emblem? I hear there is a... like, sort of like a Fire Emblem mercenary thing where you hire your units. Kind of like a roguelite. I know people like those. We could maybe try that. Storage, is that? If you had 1K comments, would you reply to all of them? That's what we're trying. Oh, it is storage. Is it fun? Last Promise is a whole game, though, right? It's probably too long. I would need it to be a one-off. Amelia is probably my favorite unit in the whole game besides Molder. I mean, she's a pretty solid Seth. When given the opportunity in every stat booster, I can get my grubby claws on. Amelia equals Seth. Ignore the starting level and stats. The Last Promise, I really want to hear you say, how much weight can you handle? I've never played The Last Promise, so I have no idea how it's gonna go. Okay, so storage is only 5 chapters plus mercenary recruitment. We can try that. We could play the Spell Thief so you could show enemies the power of magic. I feel like we would do that after doing our stat tier list where we make fun of Rez, though. Joshua vs. Kalik is my favorite boss con of the series. That one is so cool. Right next to Here I Come, Lion. I can't spell Kalik. I've got to kill you now. Nothing personnel. Marth and Celica contest and now the Sigurd contest. Oh, they're acronyms. I have never played this game, so I voted for the hot avatar. Which one's the hot avatar? This is why Natasha beat... What is this? This is why Natasha beat Ford. People who have never played the game voted for Natasha because she's cute. It's not fair. Rigged. Beat it, chick. Beat it, chick. Uninformed voters. The Last Promise is too big for now, but would be cool to see it eventually. Yeah, eventually for sure. So is The Last Promise actually good, or is it just an important milestone in the ROM hack community? Earlier you mentioned you needed a non-edited, an edited non-tier list FAV tier list get Pokemon Prison. I think the I Hate Constitution stat would be a good candidate. That's also coming. That or weapon names. The issue is that for the I Hate Constitution stat, I need someone to film me in the gym. I think my mom could do that, and I think she's gonna be here at the end of this month. So if I can get her to do that, then we'll do that. She can train me. Mom, how is this gonna help me be a better mage? Mage? Will kind of be the intro for I Hate the Constitution stat. If you want me to send you the contest list on Discord or something, just let me know. I think we'll just play storage then? Either that or... Either that or just like Kirby 64. Because it has been a lot of Fire Emblem. Maybe we want to break from that. But then again, is there such a thing as too much Fire Emblem? There is. Maybe it'll depend on the black and white 2 versus FE9 poll. The Last Promise is known for being important. It's good but dated. It was written by a high schooler. Oh, it's very cheesy. Okay. That seems like fun. I mean, for later use, if you're ever interested in looking over small FE projects, sure, you can put that in channel discussion then. I will not stand for this Archaludon's hate, then sit down. We gotta go to DD Donald's. I was able to use your DD Donald cash register for Joshua, because he has the McDonald's hat. But I have the whole rest of this week to record any potential graphics for whatever we play, in addition to just working on the next video. There was a big ROM hack called The Golden Morrow that came out last fall and got good reviews, but I think it's too long for one weekend, 30 chapters. Yeah, it's a bit too long. That's not... There's another ROM hack that's kind of similarly named, right? It's not Golden Sun, it's like... Sun Zenith, right? Am I completely crazy? Am I just making this up? I think it's real, right? And it's not like Golden Dawn, it's like Sun Zenith or something. General Amelia demands respect. Will we honor her demands? Sun God's Wrath. That's probably what it is. 341. Reeve? More like weave. I sort of forget what happened here, but I think I'll just add Reeve with a human emote. Even mediocre movement units are... Oh, so these are all comments on the poll. Even mediocre movement units are fun. Mediocre combat units aren't unless you're memeing. Mediocre calves. No E, right? I think we've answered all the Garrick versus Grotto comments. Favorite does not equal optimal, so Amelia, she's really fun and funny to use. I actually like using Paladin Amelia because making her legit useful is pretty funny, so in a way I like optimizing the suboptimal. Whimsy Heath was here in the discussion earlier today. It's the fun that comes from understanding the mechanics even if you don't use them for sheer optimized elite gameplay, so it's a fusion of the casual and elite, I suppose, which is how I like things. I like the Cav Amelia ponytail. In your own slideshow, you said mediocre cabs were not fun. Yeah, I don't think mediocre cabs are fun. I think they're very not fun. But you can still increase your overall fun by using them. Because they are strong and they let you use other fun but bad units. Who's worse, Amelia or Bunet? Gameplay-wise, definitely Amelia. Like, Bunet is the worst unit in Engage, but he's not that bad. I don't think anyone in Engage is as bad as Amelia. But it's also a completely different game, where you have a lot more resources that you can inject into whoever you want. I think people really overstate how unfun specifically GBA Cavs are. The fact that they are so versatile and open up a bunch of strategies really is super fun. I agree. But I definitely would overall consider them kind of unfun. Specifically, character-wise, they're all very boring. The most interesting one is like Sane, right? And what's Sane's character? It's nothing that we haven't seen before. Hey, I like chicks. Like, yeah, great. Thanks. Garrick is the poster child for mercenary being good class, enough strength, speed, defense to do basically anything, and he's the only mercenary which, in a roster with as little redundancy as Sacred Stones, actually is quite important, because you can't really load up on calves and wyverns and not use foot units if you're trying to use a full team. I don't know if I agree with this. Hero gives 1-2 range, and at that point the game is over. Amelia is terrible but usable. There's no point to training her unless you find it fun, but hey, that's good enough reason. Ford and Natasha are both in this weird state of being essentially Iron Man fodder. I don't know if I'd call Ford Iron Man fodder, but Natasha for sure, yeah. In the easiest game in the series, Mulder leads Natasha in every stat that matters, and Saleh will lead him in most stats except the important one, staff rank. I've never thought of Saleh as a competitor to Mulder. Ford is the 4th best cav in a game with 4 cavs. Both units are technically better than, like, Gilliam, but at least they're classed as something, and they aren't bad per se, just outcompeted. I've used all 4 units, but I always use Garrick. I always go with Garrick Gaming. The poll did go basically exactly as I intended, except for Natasha barely edging out Ford, but I failed to account for the waifu factor. Joshua, those sword animations and his style will never not get my vote. Assassin Sprite needs a hat. I think I mentioned that the earlier games before Waifu Emblem, so before Awakening, where they have to balance the male and female ratio for pairing purposes, I said that those games skewed male in terms of recruitable units. I think that's true, right? Can anybody check how many male and female units there are in FE8? I'm almost certain it skews male. Which is sort of an advantage for the female units because it makes them more interesting. I ran into a lot of the other stream suggestions, but I think Plants vs. Zombies could probably be done as a weekend one-off. That would be fun. I like tower defense games. We've done tower defense games before. I like Garrick the most, but you know what would make him better if he had access to the move Refresh. Add Garrick to the Grail Mercenaries. This guy's an Ike PFP. Garrick and... Well, I mean, we have access to the move Refresh. Refreshed. I will say that in my first finished FE8 run, every single unit I had in the final map was mounted, so it's definitely possible. What if you undeploy all of your non-mounted units? Then every unit is mounted. You could do that as well. There are 11 non-Erica women in FE8 out of 34 units. Wow, okay, so yeah, very heavily skewed towards male units. I was right. Okay, thank you. Thank you for checking. What is it like in FE7 and FE6? It's probably comparable, right? That's actually more skewed than I thought. It's like overwhelmingly male. The Magvel Sausage Fest. The consequences of Mecha's Ford video are immeasurable. I do actually think that's part of why Ford is so hated. Anti-Ford Corporation propaganda. Why not play the spiritual successor to Fire Emblem as a weekend one-off? Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp? Is that the one that was bad, or is that literally just Advance Wars 1 and 2? There's one that has these horrible cartoon graphics. Is that one? I mean, he's right, Ford sucks. I don't even think Ford is that bad. He's definitely the worst Cavalier, but the Cavaliers are all really good.
Here is something to believe in.
Here is something to believe in. The correct answer is whatever unit I like to use. I never use supposedly great characters like Seth and Garrick. But they're so strong. FE6 is 1962? Wow. So 19 girls out of 62 recruitable units? That's really intensely skewed. And FE6 has a lot of units. going through the FE8 root split hack. I'm still in the Ephraim root. Haven't met Garrick yet. Well, you're gonna love him. My Ford is kind of underwhelming. That's fine. Definitely good, but not particularly interesting. And Natasha is boring as hell and a pain in the ass to use. So congratulations, Amelia. You win. See? Natasha is boring. Unfun and not good. Currently got her as a Cavalier. Kind of regret that because... Not because it's a bad choice, because it's not as fun as making her a Knight. Oh, we can go Great Knight Amelia. In FE6 you have the route split at least, so on Echidna route you get Lalum and Echidna over Bartray and Elfin. Oh yeah. Most people usually go Echidna route, right? That's probably what I would have done if not for the fact that we specifically wanted Bartray. Amelia is good in general because Sacred Stone gives you so many safety nets. I don't know if that makes her good, but... But it does take her out of Sophia territory. There we go. It's like 59 per playthrough because of Echidna, Bartray, Lalum, Elfin, and Juno. The Sakai guy? This is Dane Erasure. How could you call him the Sakai guy? Well, probably because nobody goes to Sakai, right? That's fair enough. The great thing about Garrick is his idiot proof. Just give him a hero's crest, promote to hero, equip hand axe, and stand at enemy range. Yeah, pretty much. Ford is worse Franz who comes 8 chapters later. I will argue Ford is better than Garrick overall, really, but to properly utilize him takes actual thought. Natasha is worse than Moldred, requiring excessive grinding as a staff unit, both XP and weapon rank. Man, not even I would say Ford is better than Garrick. Okay, but is Ford the lead in an action movie series? I don't think so. Hype for this, I'm sure Gilliam will rank well. Oh wait, Sakura is. Well, Gilliam was ranked. Where do you get these FE song remixes? This one is, I think this is, there's a whole series of Fire Emblem lo-fi songs that are hosted across various Fire Emblem channels. One is on Mecha's channel, I think that's where the first one is. Another one is on Actual Lizard, who makes analytical Fire Emblem videos. Another one is on, I think, Fairgast's channel. And I think there's one more. Who has the last one? It's not me, because I'm not actually involved in the Fire Emblem community. That's probably something that I would like to do. I would like to get more involved with other Fire Emblem creators. The most I've done so far was the Fire Emblem 7 in 7 days. Am I a big fan of Mecha? I would say so overall. Yeah, my Pokemon tier lists are very heavily based on the way he would make Fire Emblem tier lists. I think I said as much in the earlier ones. Usually people don't consider availability in Pokemon games, but I just lifted that right out of his lists. I think we've answered all the Garrick versus Grotto comments. 4 minutes ago, you think you can outvote Ford the Focus? The poll's over, bro. FE7 is 13 out of 44. Thank you for doing all the checking. Yeah, wow. So it's extremely male skewed. I actually didn't realize it was that bad. I thought it was like 60-40 in favor of male units. That's wild. So yeah, that really does make female units stand out because they're so much rarer. And probably some of those female units, they're like clerics, right? A lot of them are clerics and healers. So actual female combat units, like Echidna really stands out. Because not only is she a female hero, she's a female axe hero. So that immediately makes her really interesting. Beat it, chick! Sarah Elon? How could you play a game with Elon in it? Priscilla and Natasha. I actually had a Japanese coworker named, Eran? Not like Aaron, Eran. And she was Japanese, but she had the name Eran. Apparently her dad really liked the car model. I think called the Elon. It's like a British car. So it's kind of like she was named Mercedes, but like the Japanese version of it. So I was able to actually talk to a Japanese person with a Japanese name about how much of a nightmare it is to have a Western name. It makes filling out forms really obnoxious, because when you fill out forms in Japan, they always ask you for your kanji name. So that's the name in Chinese characters, but I don't have a name in Chinese characters, because I don't have a Japanese name. So I have to type out my Western name, Omar, but I'm very lucky because Omar's very short. So I'm still able to fit on the forum, but if your name is like Genevieve, Worcestershire or something, it's over. You literally cannot fill out Japanese forums because there's not enough space. It's very, very annoying. You mentioned before that Echoes was my favorite Fire Emblem. Yes. It's one of my favorites too, but I'm curious why it's so high up for you, because the game is really pretty. I like it. I understand the gameplay is not the best. I'm fine with it. But when you're playing Echoes, basically every second of the game, something gorgeous is on screen. I really love all the generic art. Like, it's so cool. The color palette is really great. Like, the muted crimson and gold, it really feels like you're playing some sort of unearthed antique. Music is great. Voice acting is great. Story is fine. I like that archers are actually good. There's some great lines. I'll rip that traitorous tongue right out of your mouth. Then you'll finally have the truth in your grasp. Great. Great. I really like the final map, even though it's like a poison swamp. Really cool final fight against Duma where you got the shield toss. Ah! Nothing but lies is the single greatest line delivery I've ever seen. It's the same guy that's Bounette, right? Really great. The sprite work and animations are also great. I really love the overworld dread fighters, where they're kind of like crouched down, but they really quickly shift side to side. It's really cute. All the generics look super sick. They look so cool. And the animations are really good as well. I think from a pretty simple change, the way that the animations work is when you actually move up to an opponent to attack them, the animation doesn't start with this weird video gamey Mexican standoff where they're both standing there and then they draw their weapons. The animation starts in the middle of your unit running up to the enemy and taking a swing at them. Of course, great. And there's no weird delay where you attack them and then maybe they dodge and then you kind of stand there and then they attack you and you dodge. They happen like immediately. So it's like attack, dodge, attack. It's great. I don't care if recruit units are a waste of time and resources. I'm still going to train Rost Amelia every playthrough. What am I promoting Amelia into? Cavalier, of course. That way I can pretend Kyle and Ford don't exist. Christmas is cancelled. I also like how spells are handled in Echoes. I gotta say, I don't know if I'm a huge fan of magic costing you HP. I think I actually like the 3 houses system of magic. Not necessarily the spell list part, but the part that spells are just like charges, and you have a certain amount of charges per maps. I like that. Engaged in 3D animations the best. I do like the 3D animations. They gave Swordmasters their cool crit animations back. They also have cool dodge animations. I like how in Engage, when you dodge an arrow with a Swordmaster, you parry it with like the anime deflecting the arrow animation. Too bad Swordmasters suck. Thunderbolt, just as a comment on, wow, we're actually getting into old videos now. 4 days ago, so we are caught up now. Thunderbolt, it's the American way. I like the Pegasus Knight animations and Echoes where they do the barrel roll. People hype up GBA animations, but honestly, Echoes and Engage are up there for me. I mean, it took a while for the animations to get back to good. Because what happened after the GBA era? We went to Tellius, where the animations were very bad. Then we went to Shadow Dragon and New Mystery, which were so bad they almost killed the series. Then Awakening saved the series with, I guess, acceptable animations, but they still look kind of weird, and like the characters don't have feet. Then I would say that Fate's animations were good. I liked Fate's animations. And then finally, once we get to Echoes and Engage, animations are back to great. 3 Houses doesn't exist. Comment on the final stream of FE7 test run. May the winds always favor you. I call upon Tornadus, Thunderous, Landorus, Enamorous, and Tropius to fill your sails, sailor. Godspeed. The Tropius wins. Maybe a hot take, but I like RD animations. They just take too long. RD has some good animations, but if you look at, for example, Ike's ether animation in Radiant Dawn is really bad. You can see there's a moment when he lands where he's literally just like straight as a board, diagonal on the ground. It looks hilariously bad. Comment on the Gen 2 starters tier list. Gyarados in Gen 2 is... They made it look good in Smash Bros. I think Aether also looks fine in FE9. And I think the way they did it was smart, where they cut to the sword, so they don't have to show Ike. I think that was a good choice. Gyarados in Gen 2 is pretty bad due to its terrible special attack and lack of good ice coverage. For Alligators, at least has 79 special attack and Ice Punch. Definitely a strong paper, but lacks actual strong fire moves in a playthrough and has no coverage for Dragons, so it's worse. Why are you talking about Gyarados here? What about Fire Punch? What's wrong with Fire Punch? Brock is actually easy for a level 13 Charmander in either game. This is the... Oh my goodness, the walls of text. This is the same guy. Gen 1 starters. Brock's actually easy for a level 13 Charmander in either game. Gen 1 Onix has worse stats than Pidgey. It doesn't have worse stats than Pidgey, but it does have worse attack. And its only damaging move that it'll use is Tackle without Stab, which is basically hit you for 2 damage even if you're on a lower level. And that's not true. As long as you growl and then it charges up by, this battle is almost unlosable, even when Ember only 6-hit KOs. I do think that the difficulty of Onix is overrated. Gen 3 Onix has Rock Tomb on paper, but in practice the AI is programmed to only use it if you're either faster or in critical HP and will use Tackle otherwise. Well, I'm not even talking about Gen 3 here. In this video, you're still not in any real danger here, and Metal Claw will 4-hit KO. The ironic part about Brock is that while he's easy for Charmander, he does actively punish you for mindless level grinding, as in Gen 1 this will power up its bite if you don't know how to dodge it, while in Gen 3 leveling makes you faster, which means you will use Rock Tomb. Only 2 major roadblocks for Charmander and Kanto, Misty and Lance. I mean, these are pretty big roadblocks. Misty can be delayed by doing Bill first and winning through level advantage. Good luck against, like, the level 22 Starmie? No. Lance in Gen 1 requires Fire Spin Cheese, which you can only learn on level 55, so you need to grind for a bit. Just slash him, bro. In Gen 3, you have Sunny Day to nullify Charizard's water weakness and give its moves the power to break through resist. What in the world? The only other big issue for Gen 1 Charmander is how late he gets Flamethrower. I mean, I think the other big issue is that his special sucks. But with Dig early on and later Fire Spin and Fissure plus X accuracy, it's still the second base choice for a playthrough in either game. What? No way. Meanwhile, Bulbasaur mightily struggles with almost the entire game. Hello? It has trouble with every gym from 4 to 7 because of its special move pool. Just Razor Leaf them, bro. Lack of ground moves and weaknesses, as well as half the E4. The rival specifically targets only Venusaur with his team, and there are entire areas like the Pokemon Tower where it's completely useless. Just Razor Leaf them, bro. It's the only starter that lacks Dig, and in Gen 1 Earthquake 2 it lacks Fissure, and in Gen 1 it gets its best move, the Broken Sleep Powder, only level 55. Its coverage is terrible, but doesn't add to the team. It's even proven to take the longest to finish early game. Gen 3 gave it greatly nerfed Sleep Powder much earlier, but in return its best offensive stab move is now 55 base power move. What is this? People call me a Charizard fanboy. But I still think Venusaur is better. Just Razor Leaf them, bro. Razor Leaf is so busted. Yet the text says it's not very effective. It doesn't matter. Swindled. This is Gen 5 Mercenary Run Premium. You need a Masa machine at bare minimum. Oh, this is about the tacos. I work in a taco place and ours came from Oaxaca, I think. Boss said somewhere in central southern Mexico. Once I had fresh masa tortillas I made myself that morning. I'll never do a pre-made corn or flour tortilla again, so look into that, but fair warning, ours is the size of a mini fridge. I still lack the precious Mexican memories. That's the most important ingredient. I appreciate how chill you are with your responses, even when some of these comments melt your brain. I mean, you've seen the cumulative effects of them, right? We've gone completely bonkers, but each one on its own, I try to consider the person actually making them. It's one of the, I guess, perks of being a constant recipient of microaggressions as a minority. One of the things that really stuck with me from when I first moved to Japan, I came here as an English teacher, that's what everybody does, and we had this orientation training. Most of the English teachers who came with me, I was on the JET program, which is a government-sponsored English teaching initiative. Most of the participants are white Americans, and part of our orientation was we had a workshop about how to deal with microaggressions. And I don't want to downplay microaggressions, like, obviously, cumulatively, they drive you insane. Completely crazy. But I had to attend this workshop where all of these people who have never experienced microaggressions have to be told how to deal with some common Japanese microaggressions, which are, oh wow, your Japanese is so good, or oh wow, you can use chopsticks, that's pretty incredible. And I'm sorry, but my response to this is like the meme with James Franco on the gallows, right? First time. Like, I've been getting microaggressed my entire life. It's just nothing new. When they ask you, or when they compliment your Japanese or your chopstick usage, they're just trying to talk to you, man. People would get so upset. Like, Japanese people are so racist. They just keep asking about my chopstick use. They're just trying to talk to you. They're just trying to start a conversation. And it's the first time they asked you. I know it's the 100th time you're being asked this. But I'm already used to answering the same question over and over, so I don't mind too much when I have to do it in YouTube comments. This is my life. Gudra is actually S tier. Dragon Poison is great. Wait, it's not Dragon Poison? Oh my god, this thing's horrible. Dragon Steel is even better. I feel like even if someone told me my Japanese was good a million times, I'd just say thanks and feel no way about it. Well, there's not really a way you can respond to it. When you put it that way, it doesn't sound so different from the retail experience. I have to imagine that retail is worse, right? Because you also have to deal with entitled customers. Considering how much you hated Trico line in the ROM hack, do you still think it's that good in the original? Trico might actually be worse in Legacy because everything else has been buffed. We've made it 6 days into the past. That's pretty good. Comment on, this is the pseudo-legendary tier list. I feel like your production skills have gotten better and better. They're so nice. Thank you. Our edits are more dynamic. I worked in food service for 2.5 years. I still say my pleasure every time someone says thank you because you were required to say it. The programming. What food service? What aspect of food service was it? Like waiter or like cashier? Someone please let me know where to get a Hearthstone and EXP share in this game. Please and thank you. This was in Kanto expansion pack. I think Hearthstone is sold in Fuchsia City. I don't remember the experience share. Oh, I can't spell fuchsia. I think that's it. Is it Chick-fil-A? I never really went to Chick-fil-A back when I was in the States. Comment on the FE6 Iron Man highlight. It was fast food cashier, drive-thru and set, and it wasn't Chick-fil-A. Okay, not doxed. I just realized Kanas, Dorks' son, mentioned he had a sister. Who is she, Cheese? Find out in the next installment of Elite Adventures. In-N-Out used to require smiles at all times on employees, not anymore or more. Have they just accepted that people are sad? It's so nice to have a job now where I don't have to pretend to like anyone. I don't even have to talk to anyone. It's great. Well, I also sort of don't have to talk to anyone, right? I just have to talk to you guys, but not even, right? I'm just talking to text. It's a lot less stressful. How is the tentacle line not S tier? And this is in the Fire Red tier list. Well, it only has like 100 special attack. Res is worthless. I think I still gave Tentacle like a pretty good rating, right? I just don't think it's that good. And someone else independently 18 hours ago apparently said it's a defensive Pokemon. I don't even think I would say it's a defensive Pokemon, but certainly wishes it didn't have 120 special defense. They're gaming the system here. I still think Hisuian Gudra should be higher. It kills dragon types by having a steel typing and good stats and has crazy defense to take on the fairy menaces down with this fairy type. Well, we put it at the top of the bottom tier, right? It's still too much special defense. and this is just a double comment, so I guess this is censorship. I'm just gonna remove this one. Removed. Comment on the Gen 3 tier list. Hopefully you do an Horus one soon. It's gonna be a while. Let's see. Wow, I still have so much of the day. It's only 1:01. Oh, I've already passed the 5-hour mark. Oh, that's when I intended to end. Yeah, we'll go till 6 hours. And 6 hours is enough, right? Short stream. And then that's actually enough time to go outside today, which is kind of crazy. I actually went outside yesterday. I went to a... Yeah, only... Oh, hey, Olio's here. Oh, Olio, I have a request. The Magikarp thumbnail will be used soon. Part of going outside yesterday, I guess this is part of the story, I went to a meetup for creatives in Tokyo. I always thought creatives was, I don't want to say pretentious, but I've never really thought I was like eligible to be in that category, but there was a meetup for creatives in Tokyo. There were a lot of people there. There were like 20. So I was actually able to talk to other people face to face about tubing. And while I was there, I was actually able to film some stuff for the Why Does Magikarp Still Exist video. So it's coming out for sure. That's like the next edited video. And now that I'm done with the FE8 tier list, I don't have to worry about that. I can actually focus on making the Why Does Magikarp Still Exist video. Script is completely done. Intro, finale, and some bonus information about Koi. All of that's already done. I just have to actually record it and then put it together, so it's probably going to take like 2 weeks, but that is the next edited video. And it has already a wonderful thumbnail by Olio featuring not exactly the freshest Magikarp. But I think Olio is the one who could craft a casual versus elitist thumbnail for the premium version of this stream. We were thinking Rebecca and Marcus, but we weren't sure whether to make them either in opposition to each other, so probably Rebecca about to get Silverlanced, or whether they're truly living in harmony, and maybe Marcus is like smiling and giving Rebecca a ride on the horse. Which do you think would be a more compelling story? Apparently Jagex is really corrupt. Gotta blame Carlisle Group. I think Carlisle is the Swordmaster boss in Gehenna Palace in FE8, right? You might try both. You do like the ideas? If you're willing to. I'm hoping to finish the premium by this weekend? I'm not sure which would make for a better composition. Which of the two styles? The antagonistic one or the cooperative one? I have to imagine that the antagonistic one is more clickbaity, right? Because I think even our ultimate conclusion was that casuals and elitists can't quite coexist. But maybe that they're not complete enemies. I know you hate this question, but is there anything for Pokemon in the future? What do you mean? Like the franchise itself, or that we're doing? I'll start driving, but I think action can be enticing. I mean, when it comes to the art, I don't know what I'm talking about. I will defer to Olio, because she's the one who actually has the skills to actually depict exciting moments. I guess you could say.
I trust you.
I trust you. As a casual, you will never defeat us experts. Never. Mudkip profile pic. I like BDSP. This is commenting on a video I made a long time ago. Pokemon is bad and always has been. I intended to make one of these for every generation. I like BDSP. That's wild. I've never heard this opinion. Endless. Elite good skill in FE. Elite is the Japanese name of Paragon. Paragon is a skill that doubles your experience gain. Oh, I'm not quite endless here. I mean, oh, the Logan Paul PFP. Oh, right. You made a comment earlier. I think even his fans admit to cheating? What did you mean by that? That we cheat in Fire Emblem games? Is that what you mean? Elite good skill in FE. I really like how Elite makes, or Paragon makes Astrid kind of like a trainee. But she's a really good trainee. Spoilers for FE9. I think we're going to be giving Astrid 4 stars. Another spoiler for Fire Emblem 9 tier list. There are 0 5-star infantry. I think the best infantry unit in the game is Boyd, and I'm only giving Boyd 4 stars. Do we have anything planned for the future with Pokemon? Well, we're going to be doing a poll right after this for the next playthrough, which will be a very fair fight. Black and White 2 versus FE9, and we'll see who wins. $35.30 no you. I have to imagine this is the point in the video where I said that I think XD sucks. But I'm not sure. Comment on the RuneScape skills tier list. Why do we do this to ourselves? Having gotten a few 99s, I've chosen to stop doing this to myself. Is the first Fire Emblem game the best one to start with? Absolutely not. It's really, really outdated. Don't do it. Doesn't FE9 and 10 have the super canter that lets you move after attacking? Yep. It's really overpowered. Boyd 4-star. Are you shocked as in that's too high or that's too low? Comment on Pal World won't kill Pokemon. Pal World did kill Nintendo DMCA though. They're still being sued, aren't they? .5 if I'm being generous. You can't see Boyd as 4 stars. Why not? He's really good. So much for the tolerant left. Won't even answer my question. What's your question? Maybe I missed it. Or it got eaten by the... Or it got eaten by the YouTube censor? I'm not sure what your question is. I don't know a single thing about FE. Which one should I play first? It's a good question.
Hello, and thank you for calling the Automated Imported Cheese Content Pipeline. Your inquiry is important to us. For frequently asked Fire Emblem questions, press 8. Please hold while we connect you with a representative. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Thank you for your patience. The answer to your inquiry is... For first-time Fire Emblem players, I recommend Fire Emblem 8, The Sacred Stones for the Game Boy Advance. It's incredibly easy, and you have some freedom, but not too much freedom. My favorite Fire Emblem game is Echoes, my favorite character is Kanas, and my favorite class is the Swordmaster. Thank you, and we look forward to any future inquiries.
Does that answer your question? I hope so, that's why I recorded it. Anyway, I recommend Fire Emblem 8. I love Boyd, but he's 3 stars because he's very slow. He's not slow. He's not. He does have a slow start, though. Big issue is that he's weighed down by his Iron Axe at the start. So he's very coin flippy at the beginning, because you need to get both strength and speed on your level ups to escape the speed hole. But once you do, which isn't too hard because enemies are very weak, then he's like unstoppable. I think he's 4 stars. Your fan said that you use state... Oh, your fan said that you use save states. Is this true? Yeah. Yeah, we use save states in our playthrough. Mostly because we're just trying to have fun. But I think, hopefully, I've proved through the Fire Emblem 6 Iron Man, which was a very serious Iron Man with no save states. I think I proved that I'm not a casual. What is this song? This is very scary. Also, doesn't Boyd have a reasonable speed growth? Yeah, his speed growth is fine. He's not that slow. 3:28:57. This is on the That's So Raven segment of the Fire Emblem 7 playthrough. Little did you know that Oblivion remake would arrive so soon. Oblivion playthrough when? What is this song? Probably never. Oblivion awaits. Save states, I thought it was Divine Pulse. I never understood the definition of elitist when it comes to FE. Does it imply there's an elite institution or a standard need to reach? Since I'm an elitist when it comes to that definition, it's the Académie Française. I think it usually means the... I gotta skip this song. It's too much. Skipped. Yasashi, so nice, right? Geez, what are your thoughts on Elder Scrolls and Todd Howard? I think the only Elder Scrolls game I played was 5. I liked it. Skyrim. I don't really understand why they keep releasing it. But I probably have positive memories of Skyrim because I got my college acceptance letter and then I just like played Skyrim for like 2 weeks. And I didn't move. So I probably like Skyrim more than average. This is a 10 days ago. This is on the Pokemon Pseudo-Legendary Archetype. I ain't gonna lie, I still really want you to make an X and Y tier list eventually. Maybe group it together as Gen 6 and include Oris to make it quicker. Would that make it quicker? That would make it impossible. It would be fun. Maybe I wish I could watch lives more, but I'd be lacking in time. For real, for real. The zooming is out of control. And a good video as always, Lamar, my favorite at worst tied for my favorite. Oh, tied. Elite as always, double XP. X and Y eventually. The roster is too big. Skyrim is exceedingly okay. I feel like it was better than okay. I really enjoyed it. But I guess it has less depth than the earlier games. But I've never played the earlier games, so I don't know if I can say that. The true heroes of Ore region are the Pokemon XG devs. We could play XG at some point. I hear XG is really good. XG is great. I'm just, hopefully you'll forgive my reticence towards playing XG, because people also think Coliseum and XD are good. I'm reluctant to trust, okay? I've been burned too many times. I'm not a fire type. I just killed Valter with Ross? But what about Erica or Cormag's Revenge? Well, then again, Valter has lances, so of course Ross has an advantage against him. Oh my god, this is the... If you haven't seen the Detective Pikachu playthroughs, there's something. Isn't that a guy in a Mega Man game as well? I think. The tedious nature of the Ori games is inescapable, but the experience is exponentially better. Exponentially better, okay. This is a comment on FE7 playtest Nino segment. 12 days ago, we're really getting into the past here. If someone told me that Bartre and Dorcas were the best way to counter Cog Valkyries, I'd get them admitted to a mental hospital, yet here we are, and I'm loving it. I mean... I think I was indeed admitted. To that hospital. It's endless. Flame Heinard from Mega Man X7. Yes, that's who it is. I've never played a Mega Man game. I think I saw it in a Pro Jared video. Cormag is too busy ferrying Renak to all the sand spots. Oh yeah, Renak can pick up Desert Treasure. Maybe I should have mentioned that. What else did they say here? In terms of balancing status stabs, I'd actually say we should change their range to be magic divided by 3. Take a 24 magic sage with Berserk in this case. If you can Berserk you can reach him as well with most proto-motor units. Oh yeah, that's true. Assuming access to 1-2 range, so often the problem is they get all 3 uses of their staff before you get anywhere close to them. That burns through your limited restore staff uses. I think it's mostly countered by making restore also ranged. Would love to see massive promo games for Hector to compensate for the extremely late story promotion. All that talk about a wild beast inside when he's still just a medium unit. +4 on each stat would still not be enough to make him catch up at this point. I wonder if it'd be a cool idea to change Alpha's drops if they give +1 or 2 to every stat rather than the 5% growth rate. I mean, it's basically the same result and at least guaranteed rather than RNG dependent. Could have patched Smellowood up nicely. Looking forward to watching what else Elite's greatest tactician has cooked up in the next video. I think, in addition to Eliwood getting lances now in the current version of Legacy, base Hector also gets swords, which doesn't actually do that much, but it looks cool. And I think it does actually make sense because currently FE7 doesn't really have any good blade weapon wielders. Blade weapons are like heavier and stronger, but also less accurate. But you don't really have any beefy sword users that can actually take advantage of better con with these heavy weapons. So Hector actually can do that. Normally in the other games, the dude who you have pick up the iron blade and whack people is your mercenary, because the mercenaries tend to be super, super buff. But Raven's kind of skinny. You thought Raven was good with blades? I think Raven has 8 con. It's, like, kind of sad. on 4. I think he actually has the exact same con as OJ, so it's not enough. But yeah, he's only good with blades because he's so fast that even when he gets weighed down, he still doubles. Oh wow, this is a comment on a Scarlet and Violet glitch video. You're able to crash the game with Ogre Pawn. I've done some testing on a recent patch. I confirm the crash is still in the game in the latest patch. It doesn't work with Teropagos, so it's something specific about Ogre Pawn and not the special terraforms. Also, something not mentioned in the video is the crash is slot specific. Wheezing has to be on the left slot, and Hospitality has to be on the right side for the crash to happen. Don't worry. The Switch 2 upgrade will fix it. Raven is a weird unit in general. He's a sword master with axes and a speed cap so low that it matters. Oh yeah, our Raven capped speed. I mean, the only thing that makes Raven weird is that he's so fast. Why is he so fast? It's bizarre. 159.03. This is on the Emerald Legacy tier list. I always assumed the physical special split was supposed to happen in Gen 2 but got pushed back. Really? And then explicitly planned for Gen 3 but leadership had it as such low priority they just didn't care? Really? You'd assume they wouldn't intentionally screw Shiftry like they did Sneasel and others as some kind of joke, the abysmal movesets too? I don't know about this. It sort of seems like the opposite. Like the stat spreads are mixed because they knew there was no split. That's how I always thought of it. XD was the first physical special split. That's true for the shadow moves. Does Lin have bows by default now? I don't know. I don't think so. Physical special split should have at least been tested in Legacy. If it were up to me, I would have done the physical special split. I think the physical special split is just better. But it is also a lot of work, right? Because then you need to make alternate moves. 13 days ago, this is on the XD tier list. I know it's late, and I don't know if someone else mentioned this, however, because of Zappos, I'm guessing that's Zapdos, learning Baton Pass here, it was actually a menace in Gen 3 competitive where it became the perfect Baton Pass Pokemon, with it being able to pass agility and pass and receive more stats, at least in singles. I think Zapdos is officially the most successful comp Pokemon of all time. As in OU in every single generation. He's the only one. You know who's in second place? Tyranitar. Almost had it. Comment on the Gen 5 moves tier list. This is not the PowerPoint. Oh, Zapdos was UU in Gen 5, but I think he still has... Okay, so OU in almost every gen, but still the most overall. This is like a cool profile pic. They got a Magnemite. Bestow's one use could be if you somehow got 2 flying gems and used it on your partner who is running Acrobatics flying gem. That being said, wasting a move slot and held item on that is terrible. What? Can you activate Unburden twice? I actually don't know. I would assume no. comment on pseudo-legendary tier list. I always felt like the 600 BST was the only thing that mattered for the pseudo-legendary club, since their monster stat total was really what put them above other mons. But what about the mythicals? Like Mew. For me, I think the 3-stage Evo is a big part of being a pseudo-legendary. Another reason why I don't like Arcalidon. This is a comment on the post about the noise complaint. Thank you guys for joining 1 hour later, so I think every stream from now on is just gonna end up starting 1 hour later. For noise complaint reasons, and also, it's also easier. 69th comment, let's go. I mean, only one response to this, right? Nice. Duraludon really should have had a pre-Evo? That's what I said. Coliseum tier list. I loved I'm an imp. Imp Cheese's attitude in this clip. I've never played this game, never knew it existed. Perhaps it's better you never knew. She's going to reinstate Lab Rochelle over Labman since we're an FE channel. Unfortunately not. I mean, we'll see, depending on the result of the Black and White 2 versus FE9. This is a true litmus test. Do we have images we can use as representatives in the Black and White 2 and FE9 polls? I mean, we have Small Ike, I guess, and Ike isn't very good in FE9. We also have, like, Chad Zekrom, I guess we could use that. But that's kind of already presenting Pokemon as the better option, right? Oh, we have N. We do have small N. We could use N. N's the main character, right? Music at 11:02. I'm afraid I don't know this. Small Kyurem. Oh yeah, Kyurem is the big one in... Kyurem is the big one in Black and White 2. Comment on the final stream of the Legacy playtest. Why does your voice make it seem like Eliwood has an actual personality? Oh! Professional voice acting. Pro as in the streams make money. Oh, there is a Cheems Gets Us. Cheese, be honest, which game do you want to play more? Black and White 2 or FE9? I actually wouldn't mind either. I actually really like both. Whichever. Whichever one wins, I'll be happy. Did you know that Black and White 2 is actually a good game? This ain't like FE9 versus Diamond and Pearl. Or even a more mediocre Pokemon game like X and Y. I'd be very happy to play Black and White 2. That's not Pokemon Prison. You should sue them to become a grillionaire and just focus on GBA FE videos. 100 men versus 1 grillionaire. Who would win? Have you ever considered playing a Drayano Pokemon difficulty hack? Like the... like Bloody Platinum or something? Maybe after we've done those respective games. We haven't even played Heart Gold and Soul Silver yet. comment on the final FE7 test stream. Renegade Platinum, okay. The special final map was alright, very entertaining to watch. Glad you liked it. I guess you can try to noodle them with Edward. What about his mighty English fanfic? Caldebolg, or however it's spelled. Oh, this is gonna be Labrashell, right? Effie. Another comment on the final Nurgle stream. We're in 2 weeks ago now. We've really dug into this backlog. I should have known Cheese was deceiving us about being bad. 60 res, what could Nurgle even do? Mind Press is the internet's #1 podcast. Pressed. Comment on beginner bugs tier list. Grass Bug was the only dual time to have 3 quadruple weaknesses since Bug was weak to poison in Gen 1, but even now, still 4x weak to fire and flying. Justice for Paris. Play Radical Red and the theme would be Shadow the Hedgehog because of the Radical Highway. Nice try. I don't know if we'll ever do a Sonic themed run. Literally a run, right? Comment on final FE7 playtest stream. The Watch Mojo hardest bosses for Fire Emblem. What? Is Compet Garber they... What is happening here? The Whack Mojo hardest bosses for Fire Emblem is Compet Garber. They recommend Anisk, Mather, Agins, Medius. In Shadow Dragon, and only Marth Thane say the Death Lords are dual Kals types, and they only say I cannot damam Ashir in her difficulties. Absurd. What happened here? Be nice. How does this happen? Oh, the consequences of watching a Watch Mojo video. Well, Martha's okay against... Martha's good against Medius. I can't even spell Medius. If it's not hard 5. I guess they mixed up FE9 and FE10 Ike. Can't trust Watch Mojo. For those who don't know, Shadow Dragon Marth on FE5, Shadow Dragon Marth on the highest difficulty of Shadow Dragon, literally, even with capped stats, cannot avoid being doubled and one-rounded by Medius. You literally cannot avoid it. It's terrible. In Fire Emblem 9, Ike's first game, Ike is one of the only units who can damage the final boss. But in Fire Emblem 10 Radiant Dawn, anybody can damage the final boss, but Ike has to deal the final blow. Comment on beginner bugs tier list. Ledian is super strong. What do you mean? They made a whole movie in PokeStar Studios where Ledian is the ruler in the future and owns humans. I think that movie was fictional. comment on the final playtest segment of FE7 Legacy. It's been a great month-long journey. I had a ton of fun working on them all. Eliwood is saved. Wow, and a response from Smith himself. Thanks for watching. Yeah. Stay tuned for Lance Eliwood in the final release. Another FE7 Legacy playtest finale comment. Hector got that grip on Lyn, though. 75% magic growth for Luna. She gripped him, though. Sneaky backside attacks. Another comment on the finale. The ending cutscene was really hype. Too bad I couldn't be there live. Check out the upcoming Casuals versus Elitists video. We'll feature the whole story. Or saga, I guess. We'll call it a saga so it sounds better. Is Cheese a teen? What does that mean? One thing at the artists gathering I went to, teenager, but well, I know that, but I'm wondering why they have like an apostrophe there. I feel like that's a different term. A user of Soyjack party. I don't know what that means. I will say that when I went to this artists gathering yesterday, one thing that did make me feel pretty uncomfortable was I think I was the oldest person there by like quite a lot. The second oldest person there I think was 27, but there were a lot of either fresh college graduates or people that were actually still in college, so I felt like ancient. I am lucky. The branded age more slowly. So because of the Japanese genes, I don't think I look that old. But I definitely felt old. Fire Emblem 7 Legacy Finale comment. A comment for the YouTubes. Hey, we are reading on YouTube. I wonder if we could do a follow-up study to see what the popular Fire Emblem opinions truly are. Let's go, interns. Time to survey Reddit. I do not think this is a true. What do you mean by that? Survey the wilds of Reddit. And this is probably the last comment on the Fire Emblem 7 Legacy finale. Emerald Legacy fixed the story in Rivals, therefore I think spell checking and fixing nonsensical dialogue story beats is totally in the Legacy spirit, and it shouldn't even be a debate. Wow, 18 likes on this. Wow. Do we have the intern manpower to achieve this? People are united. Comment on the Pokemon Stadium rental guide. Should I play it in 2025 though? I would say yes. Pokemon Stadium 2 for sure. Comment on the Nemona Super Boss video, which I still think is our most viewed video to date. You had me in the first 10 minutes, not gonna lie. Isn't the whole video only 10 minutes? Trick is a good move. Give me your item. comment on... This is, I think, a YouTube short that I made a very long time ago before I truly decided that shorts must be destroyed. It's not a video. It's a disgusting short. I'm ashamed of this chapter of my history. Comment on the noise complaint post. Are you gonna play Fire Emblem Echoes in like a live stream? Also, who's your least favorite character from the game, and why is it definitely Faye? I don't mind Faye that much. Echoes eventually. Fun game. Okay, maybe Faye is my least favorite. Is Faye my least favorite? I think Jesse's kind of lame. He's just kind of forgettable. I like Faye because she can heal Silk. For more warps. That's about it. But yeah, character-wise, Faye's pretty lame. I don't play Pokemon, it's a kid's game. Do you cheat at it too? Is this like Verlisify's alt account? What is this about cheating in these kids' games? Comment on the Let's Go Priscilla section of the Fire Emblem 7 Legacy playthrough. To be far longer than intend to actually watch this, but it's definitely worth it for those 5-star tactics. Smellowood is gonna need way better promo gains to stay relevant. Oh, I think I told them even in a later comment that he's getting lances. Considering how Lyn gets 7 new alongside her extremely buff promo gains, Eliwood needs at least 10 res on promo now to stay relevant compared to Lyn's 5. 10 res, that'll save him. An earlier Heaven Seal would be pretty nice too, although I'm not sure how much work it would take writing into the story for this hack. Lex Talionisis, I think that's another FE7 hack, has Uther give you one just before Living Legend, and then you receive a second one on 4-fanged offense because Pent gives it to you before going to his visit to the Queen. Really hope they haven't patched out the mind glitch. Unfortunately, I have to confirm they did patch out the mind glitch. It's quintessential FE7 jank and should remain as an option because who actually uses minds anyway? What is not quintessential FE7 is the 2x effectiveness though. I think 3x is in for sure as well. Nearly strength capped Will with a silver bow not one-shotting that Wyvern Lord is pretty disgusting. And same for Bartra and Dorcas against the Falco Knights. How that band with a hammer did more damage to Priscilla than to Wallace, truly living up to his name as the Wall. Making infantry take no penalty in weather does sound way less frustrating, so that does seem like a better option if they take a suggestion to heart. I would also love to see some kind of movement shenanigans to make knights and generals stay sort of relevant. Taking no penalties for moving through terrain would be an amazing niche. Desert Chapter go brr, and it wouldn't feel too busted seeing as you only have Osmond for the entire game if you skip Wallace's map. I don't really know how flavor-wise you could make generals bypass terrain. That wouldn't really make much sense, I don't think. Did Logan Paul get banned? What's going on? He made a severe and continuous lapse of judgments. Was he actually banned? What did he say? I wasn't there. I was reading this very in-depth comment. Not sure about the weather changes. But we are getting 3x. And Eliwood is getting lances. Mine glitch is unfortunately confirmed gone. Oh, he kept complaining about the cheating? Okay. I mean, I personally would have just ignored him, but I'm not exactly crying about it. He made a severe and continuous lapse in judgment. I can't believe I cheated by having someone else ban him. Hammered. Oh well, RIP. No mercy from Ash. Comment on pseudo-legendary tier list. Fun fact about light metal on Metagross. The Pokemon's base weight is so high that having it doesn't even make you take less damage from low kick. However, it does make heavy slam worse against heavier Pokemon, so light metal is just actively detrimental to Metagross. But what about the combo with Float Stone? Kyoku no Kanata! Beyond the Edge of Memory. That's the opening of Fire Emblem 4. The opening scroll. Did you guys know I like Fire Emblem 4? $2.15. This is a comment on the pseudo-legendary tier list. $2.15. Dynamax is worse than Terra. I do agree with that. Do I? I mean, I really dislike them both. They should both be destroyed. Fury Cutter Venusaur's Verlicifies Magnum Opus. He also had what Heavy Slam Wailord, right? Even though Wailord isn't even that heavy, right? He's just really big, but he's actually deceptively light. Comment on, the Karen challenge. This was a long time ago. That was the most Frenchanese, Fura Nihongo pronunciation I've ever heard. I love it. Let's type merci, but in French. Sorry, in Japanese. Obviously, merci is French, right? There it is, Mercy. Overwatch stream when? Isn't Verlicify on some crusade to, like, prove that Wolfie cheats from, like, Pokegen or something? Like, really ridiculous. Comment on the pseudo tier list. I really like the German name for Sudowoodo. It is Mogelbaum, with Mogul coming from the word Mogain, which is a German word used for cheating, and Baum being the German word for tree. Oh, so Mogelbaum is cheating tree. Because of Dream Ball Raichu? This is so lame. I only know about Moogles. There's actually another aspect of Sudowoodo's name that I sort of forgot to talk about, but it's even better than I thought. So here is how you type Sudowoodo's Japanese name, or sort of. Here's how you type the word for liar. Usotsuki? But this exact character, you can see here it's sort of in the big version. You can also use a small version of this character, like this. And the reading changes. Instead of becoming Usotsuki, now what you do is, I don't know what you call it, but you sort of put like a glottal stop. Maybe that's what it's called. Now, instead of saying, I'll actually do this. I'll just type them both. So on the left, this is just the word liar, Usotsuki. Here on the right, this is Sudowoodo's Japanese name, Usokki. So you can see this is the same character, but it's just the small version of it, which is commonly used to change how you read a word. It's just a completely different sound, but it uses the same character. And then what it does is it sort of removes this sound, and now this becomes Uso-ki. lying tree, but you reveal the lying tree by sort of just changing the form of a letter that was already there. It's so good. I think this is actually the best Pokemon name. It's so good. Oh, I see, okay. Ultimate Gamer is back, and their profile is in 1984. Literally banned for speaking the truth. That's pretty funny. Props for the effort. Alright, they're definitely just trolling. Literally 1984, that's pretty funny. I wonder if they'll be back again. Okay, we have crossed the 6-hour benchmark, so... Have we had enough for today? I do feel well rested after the 2-week break. I've had enough. We did make very good progress on these comments. We'll catch up to the modern day at some point. Alright. I think that probably is it for today. Only 6 hours. What a casual. When is the poll? Well, how about this? How about the last thing we do is we go ahead and set up the poll. So I need, I need small n and I need small Ike. So I need to just grab those really quickly. What even was the truth that he spoke? I think calling me a cheater because I use save states in Fire Emblem, which, like, sure, I guess. I mean, that would maybe be valid if I didn't do the entire FE6 Iron Man with no cheating. The FE6 hard mode is actually very difficult. Way harder than the games we cheated through. I think that's what they meant. So far, I don't like Scorching Sands. So many reinforced. Are you still on Scorching Sands? Didn't you kill Volter like an hour ago? I actually think Scorching Sands is one of the better desert maps in the series. I actually like it quite a bit. You haven't killed the other guy? This is Kalak disrespect. Imagine policing how people play a single-player game? Couldn't be me. Thanks for attending this elitist stream. I think you need to play Lunatic plus Awakening Dawn Unlocked Iron Man to prove you're not a fake gamer. How's your Lunatic run going? My Erica, after 6 levels, finally didn't level strength. Wow, she's 2 above average. Hey, congratulations. What is this? Ike. I needed small Ike as well. Yeah, we can give him the Ragno. I spent 6 hours on one map. It should be a requirement to prove your skill. I mean, one map. It's an FE4 map, though. So it's really like 4 chapters of like a modern game. It's long abandoned. Okay. Were you playing Lunatic Plus or just Lunatic? I think there is a big difference because Lunatic is kind of unreasonable, but Lunatic Plus is actually just a troll difficulty. Normally when we do our tier lists, we talk about the highest difficulty, but I don't think anybody talks about Lunatic Plus difficulty. It's just a joke. It's like a prank that they're pulling on you. I don't even think you're supposed to actually play it. You're just supposed to try and cheese it. Oh, hang on. I'll do this one myself. Nice Damien PFP though, very funny. It's an ambush spawn. You are about to die. Scream if you must. Who got banned? The same guy. It's the ultimate gamer. He keeps coming back. How did I triple him with the hammer? Brave hammer. You're about to be banned. Scream if you must. Alright, let's see. Create post. We can do an image poll here. So you can actually see how this gets made. Just Lunatic. I don't have Lunatic Plus unlocked, but Lunatic is also ridiculous. Also, don't call me a fake gamer. I beat Conquest Lunatic. No, I wouldn't call you a fake gamer. Lunatic Awakening is really obnoxious. I mean, it's got the ambush spawns alone make it basically unplayable. I really don't like it. What do people think about the... Is anybody familiar with the Robin versus Vike saga? The guy who said that Vike is better than Robin? Because that was also something I considered talking about in today's presentation. It's so weird to say today's presentation as if we actually had some sort of official talk and not a PowerPoint about Fire Emblem. I wasn't really convinced that Vike was better than Robin. I still think Robin is a lot better. Veteran is just too crazy. But I think I do agree with Vike being underrated. Sure. I do like this remix. This is the final song of Shadows of Valencia. I think Shadows of Valencia has my favorite Fire Emblem final boss theme. It's really hype. Very different vibe from this remix, but I like this remix as well. Veteran is good, but Vike has tenure. Sure. It sounds like trolling on its face. I haven't heard about it. No, they're very serious. It's, call me a casual, but God-Shattering Star is still my favorite. Maybe I'd like God-Shattering Star more if I actually fought Nemesis. But I only played Crimson Flower. Imported Ultimate Gamer? Now he stole my identity. Oh, and they got banned before I could do it. The mods have better speed than I do. Quad. Robin can do more things than Vike. I'm not really sure why people are comparing these two. Well, it's just this one guy who really, really likes Vike. But I think their main argument was that you shouldn't consider... I think that's the end of the song. I think their main argument was that you shouldn't consider the water walking trick for Robin because it's too much favoritism. So for those who don't know, the water walking trick is something you can do in the first chapter of Fire Emblem Awakening. So there's water on the map, and Lords and Robin's class Tactician can actually walk on water very slowly, but they can. So what you do is you pair up Krabben, or you pair up Lisa, the cleric, and Frederick the Great Knight onto Crom and Robin, and you walk onto the water where enemies cannot reach you. And then you use Robin to kill all of the enemies from the water where they can't counter you. And if you do that, you actually get a really, really over-leveled Robin basically at the start of the game because he eats all of the XP. And Robin also has an ability called Veteran that gives them 50% more XP when paired up, which is all the time. So they get 50% more XP. And they're saying that this is not fair because this is basically the equivalent of boss abuse. It's like it's a lot of favoritism for a unit, and they're saying that it's not fair to give Robin this massive XP boost at the start. I do agree that this is favoritism, but I'm not sure how comparable it is to boss abuse because it is still clearing the map, right? You're not really doing some super cheesy thing, you know, hitting the boss waiting room to regen and doing it again. You are killing the enemies, just in a very inefficient way. It certainly is favoritism, but the reason you would do this with Robin, and I think what makes Robin still just better than Vike, is whatever you put into Robin, you get more out of because Robin gets 50% more XP, and because Robin can reclass into anything. I think their main argument for Vike is that if you don't do this thing with Robin, if you give all the kills to Frederick instead on the maps before Robin joins, which I think is Prologue 1, Prologue and 1, and maybe also part of 2, you then get more XP on Frederick, which makes Frederick even stronger, and it makes those maps easier. And then from there, you start using Vike, and apparently Hero Vike is very good, which I do believe, but I feel like this sort of hinges on the assumption that Robin isn't getting any experience, which isn't quite true. And whatever experience Robin gets, he's gonna get 50% more because Veteran is so broken. I still think that Robin is pretty firmly better. I wasn't really convinced. I hope he doesn't come after me for saying this because he's all over the comments of the Vike videos. But I do think it was an interesting... question to pose. And it does ask a question that isn't asked often. Does Robin truly deserve the title of best? Or is it something that everyone has accepted and no longer even attempts to challenge? I think by this point we have proven that Robin's position as the best unit in Awakening is pretty unassailable. Veteran is just too busted. People were saying that a lot of characters would be just as tough and above curve as Donald if you used the second steel on them instead. Well, second steels are also pretty busted. There we go. We have 35 characters to describe this. Black and White 2. Be a Pokestar. Fire Emblem 9. Max Me Mercs. There we go. FE9 Boyd? What about FE9 Boyd? Can I get them before? I think I got them. Did you get them, Ash, or did I get them? Do you just recommend Awakening on hard difficulty for first-timers? First-timers to the series or to Awakening? Unironically, I would love a remake of Awakening. There's just too many bad design choices in it that could generally be fixed. I mean, the maps are just kind of ass, right? They're just fields, and ambush spawns are unacceptable. I also just don't really like the waifu wars style of everybody being okay. I really prefer distinct units, even if some of that distinctness is being trash. Because almost always trash units are at least fun to use. I think they have their place. As long as you're not an Eliwood, in the sort of tier of both bad and unfun, then I think you deserve to be in the game. Like, I like GBA archers. They're bad enough to be funny. Okay. Pokemon or Fire Emblem? Next. Honorable 1v1 poll. One v one me. Final chapter. No held items. Fox Lagoons only. A truly fair fight for once. With no spoiler candidates. Black and White 2. One of the best Pokemon games. Against Fire Emblem 9. Path of Radiance. One of the best Fire Emblem games. I like how Nime's quote is, if you bring it to the last boss, she basically says, I have no idea why I was brought here. So let's see, do we describe what we're gonna do with these games? Maybe we do. At this point, I can just say BW2, right? The only ever direct sequels in the franchise build upon the lore of Unova and feature the only hard mode in the series. Are we doing Pokestar Studios? That would be the theme, yeah. Help us find or fund. Star actors for our Pokestar Studios productions. Path of Radiance sees the debut of Ike and the Grail Mercenaries. There's something off about these. There's something off about these guys. Why do all the mages have knives? Why are there so many sword units? Why do all the mages have knives? Where are the mounts? Why is there a green-haired child on the battlefield? I wouldn't hire. And these Maxime mercs. Why does Ike have 4 iron swords? It's the fanfic localization. Four Swords Adventure. B2W2? I've always called it BW2. Well, I guess I never say it out loud. Nobody reads descriptions in Polish, though. That's true, but I may as well write it. So that if people ignore what's written, I can say they should have read it. We can actually change this to... Why is Ike playing... instead of fighting? There you go. Ike bulked the hell up between FE9 and FE10. It's not even just cosmetic. He's radically different as a unit. He's so much better in FE10. It's funny how FE10 Ike is faster despite being so much beefier. He does a lot of sprints. His speed growth is worse though, but I guess that does make sense because he already gained a lot of his potential speed. No more newbie gains. Make a poll not public and just look at it all yourself? Well, I have to hit post. Give me a second, okay? I'm not done writing it. Calm down. Anything else we want to say here? No, you're wondering why it's an option to have it private? Is it an option to have it private? I don't think so. You can restrict it to channel members or not, but our channel members thing is not really about income. It's just about the emotes. Ike's RD speed cap is 37, which is one of the highest in the game. Ooh, that's too short of doubling the auras, right? I mean, it's still really good, but auras is 39 to double them, right? True Blades can do it all natural, right? Ooh, Swordmaster is 40. Who else can do it without Whitepool? Is it just Swordmasters? Can Whispers do it? Lol. And Volk can do it, okay. I mean, the two important ones are 39, naturally, which is True Blades Assassin's Whispers, but Lamau Whispers. Oh, for sure. Naysala can do it, right? I don't know if Tabarn can do it. And then as long as you at least have 35, you can double with Whitepool. Tabarn needs 1 speed growth? Ah, he can probably get it, right? Let's Showdown, maybe? Okay, I think this is good. Oh, let's Showing Down. That's better, right? Let's Showing Down. More correct. Naysala has a speed cap of 50? What? Oh, he has 40 base speed, so he starts off already at the Swordmaster cap, and the Swordmasters are the fastest otherwise. Well, Tabarn's still better. Alright. Let me just read this over to make sure I didn't miss anything. Pokemon or Fire Emblem next. Honorable 1v1 poll. 1v1 me, final chapter, no held items, Fox Lagoos only. A truly fair fight for once with no spoiler candidates. Black and White 2, one of the best Pokemon games. Against Fire Emblem 9, Path of Radiance, one of the best Fire Emblem games. I should specify this. We'll play both eventually. But which should we play first? Am I crazy, or are the Royal Lagoos ridiculous and all the other Lagoos suck? I only played RD, so maybe I'm missing something. You can't say that.
If you want something done right, leave it to a human.
But no, the Royal Lagoos are way better than the normal ones, mainly because, in addition to their crazy stats, it's that they don't have a gauge, right? They just have the form shift ability, which lets them always say transformed, which is a huge deal. There are some good Lagoos, but it varies wildly by species and even within a species. But for example, in Radiant Dawn, the cats are all ass. All of them are terrible. The tigers are like some of them are okay. Volug is really good, the wolf, but it's more that he has an earth affinity and he's in part 1 where you really need him. Janaf and Ulki are, for some reason, on super steroids in Radiant Dawn. They're like really, really good. If they can transform, though, they still have to deal with that. And the Herons, obviously, they're dancers, so they're all crazy. But if they're not one of the Lagoos I just listed, they're probably terrible. And I think the worst unit in the game, Lyre, is a Lagoos. She's a cat Lagoos. The ones in FE9 are okay as well. It depends on what they are. So in FE9, both Lyre... No, in FE9, Lyre's not in it. FE9, Leth, Ranulf, Morum, and... It's the other tiger. The Smite one. Mordecai. They're all, like, pretty good. They're all okay. The Hawks are horrible. For some, their stats are just really bad. So Janaf and Ulki, they're in FE9 as well, but they're very, very bad. Their stats are terrible. Is that all of them? There's not that many Lagoos units. I guess Enna. LOL. And Nasir as well, but you don't really need Nasir. If you can get Nasir by beating the Black Knight, you don't need him. But I generally don't really like Lagoos units because the gauge is really annoying and you don't really get a reward for managing it. Like, just use a good Bayork unit. But there are some Lagoos that have their uses. Public poll. Polled! There we go. The showdown has begun. So I'm Team Shinon then? I don't think we need to wipe them out, but I do prefer Bayork units overall. So now the poll is live. You can actually go ahead and vote for your preferred next playthrough. Either Black and White 2 or Fire Emblem 9. We'll play both eventually, but which one will we play first? Lagoo's units are also unfun because they can only claw. Hey, that's not fair. Some of them have talons. Gifka is very good. He's definitely the strongest normal Lagoos. Is he even a normal Lagoos, though? Come on. He's like a pseudo royal. 600 BST. I think he's actually better than Kanegus if you get the transfer. Because in FE9, if you choose Gifka for the final battle, he joins with capped strength, which means that if you pick him again in Radiant Dawn, he gains a strength transfer. It's true he doesn't have form shift, but he comes with a Lagoo's gem, which gives him a permanent transformation. But yeah, he does have to waste the turn. He doesn't get to attack on turn 1, which maybe makes him worse overall, because every turn is really important in the Ashera battle. And the fact that Gifka can't attack turn 1 is actually a big deal. It's probably also why Raphael is the best Heron for tower, because even if you Lagoo's gem or Lagoo's stone Raisin for a turn 1 transformation, that means he can't sing turn 1, so you lose 4 actions. So you should probably go with Raphael. I've been too lazy to make my PowerPoint on why Snivy isn't a B or C tier in Black and White 2. So vote for FE9 so I can procrastinate more. I mean, either way, you're going to have at least 2 weeks, I think. Because I don't think we're going to start the run this weekend. This weekend, we're going to do probably the premium of what we just recorded today. Along with a sort of one-off ROM hack, probably. And then I'll prepare all of the items for... By items, I mean, I'll prepare, like, all of the graphics for whichever one we end up doing, Black and White 2 or FE9, and we'll start it next week. FE9 took an early lead. Well, the people who know about it first are the people watching this stream, and if you're watching this stream called Fire Emblem Casuals versus Elitists, you're probably a Fire Emblem fan, right? Enna and Gareth contribute more to the Ashera fight than Gifka does. I don't know, well, I mean, that's maybe true, but they also that makes Gifka sound bad, but Ina and Gareth contribute a ton to the Ashera fight. Like, Bloodtide is crazy. Bloodtide provides like 80 damage. Not only does it give you the extra strength, it also lets you actually hit these guys. Imagine skill actually mattering. Gareth is a waifu after all. People did undervalue Gareth, even though Gareth is not, like, that great, but Bloodtide is so good. R.I.P. Nighttide, the Kurthnaga one, +4 defense and res, thanks. I mean, it's more useful on not the final map, I guess, but it's still not great. Oh, +5, sorry. I undersold the value of Nighttide. No. It's not +4 res.
Your magic shall not save you.
It's +5. Now that's a royal ability. Watch out. Only the royal black dragons can gain +5 res. It's clearly the worst. I guess Bloodtide is the only one that actually has both of its aspects utilized as well, right? Because Bloodtide gives you +5 strength, +5 skill. You actually need the skill to hit, and you definitely need the strength. Whitepool gives you +5 magic, +5 speed. The +5 speed is really important. +5 magic. LOL, this is Talius.
Your magic shall not save you.
R.I.P. Res actually does sort of matter against Ashera since 90% of her attacks are magic. Doesn't it alternate each turn? First hits physical, next hits magical. The AoE attacks aren't magic. Not all of them. Her own attack is magic, though. When you actually break through the auras and fight her herself. But her AoEs aren't strictly magic. Wow, it's 2:36. I don't know what to do with the rest of my day. I can cook, I can clean. This is crazy. I guess I could actually get I could actually get started on the premium for this, right? Shouldn't take too long. I could go for a jerk, it's true. I might just do that. The AoE attacks are magic too, but if you're getting AoE'd by her, you're doing something wrong. I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable to clear the map in like 3 turns. So you're gonna be eating a few. You basically have to kill her before you run out of fortify charges. Stefan in FE9 is kind of silly. I mean, I don't think he's that good. I think I would give FE9 Stefan like 3 stars. Like, yeah, his stats are completely nuts, but he's a swordmaster. How useful is overkilling 1 unit on your turn? Not really that useful. But he does overkill them. Alright. I think that is it for today. The poll is up, so you can exercise your rights to democracy whenever you would like. I will see you again this weekend for whatever one-off game we end up doing. It might be Kirby 64, might be a Fire Emblem ROM hack, probably one of those two. And then next week, we will truly begin. Well, we'll begin our next playthrough of whichever one wins. But of course, I don't know yet. What about Metroid? Metroid lost to Kirby, didn't it? So we would do Kirby first. I knew FE9 was wondering why units could learn magic as a cabbage or something later. I just don't know. I don't think it's like the Flame Lance, right? But in Tellius, all units have both strength and magic. There's magical swords like the Wind Edge. I think Wind Edge is magic in FE9. I'd see either Kirby 64, PVZ, or Bloons Tower Defense 5 and chill. Why Tower Defense 5? The most common one is 6, right? Or the newest one is 6? I don't think we would do a chill stream, because that's sort of what this one was. The presentation was only like 2 hours, right? It's better than Bloons Tower Defense 6, and I will die on this hill, or I won't die because I'm right. Well, I won't attack you because I don't actually know which one's better. I'm not a casual elitist. I'm not going to assert my opinion without actually playing the games. Let's see, who's in the lead right now? If I refresh, I'm pretty sure FE9 will be in the lead, right? Oh my god, Ike Sweep! $71 for Ike Sweep? I thought FE9 Ike was bad. Does he already has the Ragnell in the image? Ike Sweep. Oh wow, we like Ike. I mean, we'll see. Can he actually defeat N Harmonia Gropius? Pokemon is doing surprisingly well. I think Cheese might return to Pokemon Prison. I'm not afraid to play Black and White 2. I would gladly play Black and White 2. I'm not upset at all about that. This ain't, like, X and Y. Actually, I wouldn't mind playing X and Y either. I just don't want to play a Switch game. They're so bad. The most annoying part of FE9 is that Ike carries around the Ragnell all game and doesn't use it. I think it would be perfectly fine for him to get a powered-down version of Ragnell when he promotes, because his promotion is a knighting ceremony by Empress Sanaki of Benyan, right? So at that point, she could be like, hey, by the way, our sacred relic, Ragnell, is missing. Do you know where it is? And he'd be like, oh yeah, it's right here. Oh, okay, well, as part of your new title and fiefdom, you are allowed to use it for as long as you use it against the enemies of Benyan. Oh, okay, thanks. But it's like kind of a weaker version until you actually confront the Black Knight with Arendite. And then, you know, its true power awakens or whatever. And if that was true, I would probably give Ike 3 stars for sure. If he could actually 1-2 range with a weaker Ragnell before, you know, the last 2 chapters of the game. Or, honestly, even if he just got Axe access at his promotion, that would probably be enough for me to give him 3 stars. I think he's pretty close to 3 stars. You believe Black and White 2 will win overall, since people watching an FE stream will vote for FE over Pokemon? I think you're right. I think Black and White 2 will win overall, but I think either way, I'm going to be happy with the result. It just changes what I have to do, is all. If Ike had 1-2 range, he'd be 3 to 4 stars. I mean, if Ike had access from the start, he would just be better than Boyd, I would say. Earth Affinity's nuts. I'll have to prepare my Snivy defense. Well, probably wait at least a day for most people to get their votes in. Alright. Thank you for joining me today, and thank you for your patience both during this 2-week hiatus where I was finishing the premium for Sacred Stones, and I guess also thanks for just waiting the 2 weeks. I feel rested and refreshed. Should play Code of the Burger King to prepare you for FE9. How long is Code of the Burger King? There's no way we could finish that in one stream, right? I'd vote for FE9, but I need some time to play it before watching your run. I mean, there's not... I mean, there will be spoilers, right? Because we're going to play the whole game, but... you will have quite a while to actually play it. It's probably going to take us like 3 or 4 weeks, I would say, to get through it all. It's decently long. Alright. How do we end today? FE9 will take like a month. Yeah, the enemy phases are really long. Pet an intern, time flies. I think time might fly because this is a Fire Emblem stream, and we did talk about the consequences of our Iron Man playthrough. We did save the continent, but it did come at a cost. As a Snivy enjoyer, Snivy in Black and White 2 is miserable. So many poison and ice types. I mean, Snivy in Black and White 2 might actually be the worst starter of all time. It's atrocious. I think it's actually worse than Chikorita. So, apology video for Chikorita. I wish that gamer guy came back again so we could end it with another bonk. Well, see, now you're asking for him back. Where was this attitude beforehand? Ash has a taste for blood. Once they've begun to slake their thirst, they can't be held back. Well, that's not quite what the red thirst is. Space Marine 2, when? When I'm done, you will understand that Snivy should be at the very bottom of A, not B or C. Does this PowerPoint come with a massive financial windfall? Because I have no idea what you could possibly say to convince me to put Snivy in A in Black and White 2. He's so bad. Worse than Pikachu in Pokemon Yellow? Probably, yeah. Pikachu in Pokemon Yellow at least gets early Thunderbolt, and you can do badge boost abuse or something. Okay. It's not quite 540, but it is 240. Your own words are going to be turned against you, Cheese. You've sown the seeds of your destruction long ago. This is so ominous. I guess this is a cliffhanger ending. Are we even going to be playing Black and White 2? Let's refresh the poll again. I don't know. 72% Ike Sweep with 106 votes. Ike Sweep? Well, we might actually get to explore the Max Meme Mercenaries before, apparently, my own words will be turned against me. We like Ike. Well, Ike might have to be our substitute lord, because we lost one of the other royals in a terrible incident. Never forget that I'm not a casual, okay? I'm a gold star tactician. At least one. Thanks for watching, everyone. And I hope to see you again this weekend. Don't call me a casual.
Alright, well, that's it. We just officially ran out of time. I have to be done by 5:40. It is now 5:40, so that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll suspend the chapter here, and we'll pick it up next time. Thanks for watching, guys. I gotta go.